O Canada, led by the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Very good. Very good. Well done.
On ouvre les portes, that the doors be open. Order. Alors. Déclaration de députés, statements by members. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Nunavut, we share a vision that we can build a sustainable economy that will support our communities, create job growth, reduce our dependency on Ottawa, and put our standard of living on par with Canadians in the South. But to do this requires substantial investment from the federal government to address urgent needs in 4 critical areas: food security, community infrastructure, housing, skills and employment training. Only once these needs are addressed can we truly begin to build a sustainable economy. And the government is taking steps in the right direction. Since I was elected, over $1.25 billion in funding has been announced, and it's nice to see a renewed interest in improving our quality of life. But the funding is slow in finding its way to our communities, and often spread out over a number of years, minimizing the impact. In this session of Parliament, I will be focusing on these areas, and I look forward to consulting and working with my colleagues on finding solutions for a brighter future for Nunavut. Thank you, Mr.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie.
Monsieur le Président, comme vous le savez, tout le Québec...
Mr. Speaker, as you know, all of Quebec was in an election period on Monday. I would like to congratulate all of the citizens of my riding who exercised their right to vote. I would also like to congratulate everyone who contributed to the smooth running of this event in the different electoral districts. Special congratulations to all candidates who take the well-being of citizens to heart and who participated in this election and who, at the same time, contributed to our democratic tradition. I would like to congratulate the previously sitting MLAs who had a hand in the well-being of the population of Sanguinet, La Prairie, and Châteauguay. Monday, Quebec's voters elected Coalition Avenir Québec to represent them for the next 4 years. In my riding, voters made the same choice by electing Daniel McCann in Sanguinet, Christian Dubé in La Prairie, and Marie-Chantal Chassé in Châteauguay. I would like to congratulate them for their great victory and to wish them the best of luck for what's to come. I very much look forward to being of service to these families alongside newly elected MLAs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, this coming Monday, Canadians will celebrate Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is a time when family and friends come from far and near to share a meal and spend quality time with one another. We might enjoy a turkey dinner and pumpkin pie as we connect with loved ones. But while I enjoy those aspects of Thanksgiving as much as anyone, I don't want to miss the real reason for giving thanks. I thank God for his beautiful creation, the bountiful harvest Canadian farmers and gardeners have enjoyed, for my constituents in Kitchener-Conestoga, for my colleagues here in this House, and especially for my family. We're all blessed to live in the best country in the world, Canada, and to enjoy the freedoms we have. But while we celebrate here, we cannot afford to forget those like 15-year-old Leah, who is currently being detained and lives under threat of execution by Boko Haram for refusing to give up her Christian faith. For me and for Leah and for hundreds of millions of global citizens, it is this foundation for life for which we are most thankful. Mr. Speaker, to you, your family, and to all Canadians, happy Thanksgiving.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The town of Oxford in my riding of Cumberland Colchester is currently dealing with a sinkhole 40 meters in diameter that just appeared near the Oxford and Area Lions Club playground. This sinkhole has swallowed up 50-foot trees and is threatening structures in the area. I first want to salute the officials on the ground for diligently working so hard over the last few weeks to ensure that the town is as safe as possible, including Mayor Patricia Stewart, Mike Johnson, the Coordinator of Emergency Measures for Cumberland County, and Amy Tizard, the Province of Nova Scotia Regional Geologist. They have worked tirelessly to monitor this unpredictable sinkhole as it is going from a small depression to a giant hole. Ground-penetrating radar is now on site and will hopefully provide information regarding the potential for future sinkholes in the area or growth in the current one. It is important that the residents and businesses in Oxford know what is happening and that they are safe. I would like to thank the Office of the Premier of Nova Scotia, Stephen McNeil, who responded to calls for help and kept us in the loop until the appropriate equipment was on site. Thank you.
Honorable député d'Algoma, Manitoulin-Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, 65 years ago, Austin Hunt began a life of public service that sees him retiring as the longest-serving politician in Canada. As a young man, he volunteered to drive Lester B. Pearson and quickly rose through the ranks, serving as his campaign manager for 3 successive campaigns. 5 years later, Austin was serving as a councillor in Billings Township. He quickly became the mayor and was never defeated in a municipal election. His belief that civic engagement is more important than partisan politics helps explain his political longevity. He sought to build bridges and improve relations between his community and neighbouring First Nations. He also spent time as the president of regional councils and associations and served on the executive of numerous other local committees, boards, and associations. Perhaps more importantly, Austin Hunt has always been accessible to the people he serves, who elected him time and again. I urge all members to join me in congratulating Austin Hunt, who is a pillar of the community, as he retires from electoral politics at the age of 92. Happy retirement, Austin.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to recognize the start of the Women's History Month this week. Throughout Canadian history, women have played a vital role in building the country we know and love today. As business leaders, politicians, doctors, artists, and in all fields, women in Canadian history have made lasting impact. Mr. Speaker, their contributions are clear in my riding of Brampton South, where women like Angela Johnson, President of Caribram, Adelina Velasco of the Brampton Filipino Club, Rosemary Miller of the Brampton Tennis Club, Myrna Adams, President of the Senior Citizen Council, and youth leaders like Sandeep Hans, Tina Patel, and many more continue to shining examples of what Canadian women can accomplish. Mr. Speaker, I encourage everyone to use the hashtag #MakeAnImpact and tell us about the women and girls making an impact in your community. Thank you.
Honourable member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to World War II veteran Charlie Fielding. On September 5th, Hannah, Alberta's favorite resident, died just 16 days shy of his 100th birthday. He truly was a remarkable man, and I'm honored to have known him for a very long time. It was my privilege to speak at his memorial service to a packed hall. I have over the years witnessed the tremendous impact he had on all, but especially the children of Battle River Crowfoot. In his later years, Charlie dedicated his time and energy to ensure that our youth knew the importance of Remembrance Day and of honoring veterans. Charlie was instrumental in getting veterans to schools throughout our riding, and he did it for the veterans as much as for the students. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to express the sentiments of many, many residents of Hannah, which I wholeheartedly share. This November 11th, Charlie's spirit will certainly be felt by those in the community. We will remember him forever as a brave soldier, the ultimate gentleman, fantastic conversationalist, an example of kindness and decency and more. Rest in peace, Charlie.
L'honorable député de Montarville.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, team spirit, self-confidence, leadership, and civic duty. These are a few of the qualities we wish to instill in our youth, our leaders of tomorrow. Thank you to the Mont-Bruno Cadet Corps 2831, which is doing just that. For 50 years now, the Mont-Bruno Cadet Corps offers sports, educational, and forest survival activities to youth aged 12 to 18 years. Ahead of its time, the Mont-Bruno Cadet Corps was the first in Quebec to allow girls to become cadets as of 1970. This initiative began with the devotion of Major Robert Whitelaw, Captain Lucien Lucier, and Lieutenants Gilles Blais, Yvon Bourgon, Jean-Louis Nadeau, Raymond Bellemare, and Raymond Loubier. I thank them for their work and for the exceptional legacy of the founders of the Mont-Bruno Cadet Corps. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Mississauga Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to welcome the Mississauga Erin Mills Youth Council and Mississauga Erin Mills Women Council to Parliament. They are currently watching Democracy in Action and very soon will be meeting with our Prime Minister for a chat about their projects and their ideas for Canada. Mr. Speaker, these two councils are empowerment in action. They have been working tirelessly to engage our constituents with issues that matter most to women and youth. They've held events on women's health, youth financial literacy, anti-bullying initiatives, women in politics, women in business, climate change, youth mental health, and so much more. Thank you to my dear Women Council and Youth Council for your work, compassion, and commitment toward making our Mississauga Erin Mills riding the best place to live. Mr. Speaker, I also announce with a heavy heart the passing of my dear friend and community leader, Shahid Rashdi. His contributions to Mississauga and Canada were great. May he rest in peace and may his family have support in this tough time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan's Milkmean Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, yet another concession this Liberal government made in the USMCA agreement was to allow U.S. interests to dictate what wine can be sold in British Columbia's grocery stores. For many small family-run wineries, this might see them crowded off the shelves in favor of big corporate California wineries, and that is a real concern for the BC wine industry. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government also fought against the Como case at the Supreme Court and continues to do nothing to increase internal trade. If this Liberal government will not stand up for BC wine against the United States, will they at least stand up for Canadian wine here in Canada? I'm calling for this Liberal government to take immediate steps to open direct-to-consumer shipping of wine in Canada. Wineries in the United States enjoy this opportunity in their own home market, and it is time for Canadian wineries to have the same right to sell directly to Canadians. Free my grapes, Mr. Speaker. Free my grapes.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, it's with sadness that I inform the House of passing Peter Adams, MP for Peterborough, from 1993 to 2004. Peter loved Peterborough, and Peterborough loved him. MPP from 1987 to 1990, Peterborough Citizen of the Year, 1991, Honorary Doctorate, Trent, 2010, Order of Ontario, 2012. One way or another, all of his awards and distinctions circled back to his beloved Peterborough. At one point, Pete even tried to convince me that the city was named after him. In Parliament, he advocated for science before it was fashionable to do so. He was concerned about the Arctic before global warming became so alarming. He was a partisan liberal, but embraced consensus and collaboration before they became bad words. A marathoner, Peter ran the good race of life to the end. He was a mentor and friend to the current MP from Peterborough, the Honourable Member for the Minister for the Status of Women. She will miss him. I will miss him. Thank you, Jill and family, for lending him to our nation.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. Député de Dorval, La Chine-LaSalle.
This summer, in part of the Canadian Leader Program, with the Royal Canadian Navy, I had the opportunity to be part of naval exercises which showed us the skills needed to be part of the Navy. This was an interesting experience because we saw the sacrifices that members of the Navy make every day to protect our country. It's work that extends 24 hours a day.
Canadians have the opportunity to experience firsthand what our Canadian Armed Forces do for us. While aboard the HMCS Charlottetown, I realized just how much the sailors sacrifice. They're always away from their families for months at a time. They go beyond the call of duty. They risk their lives. Their motto, all challenges squarely met, is a testament to their bravery and courage and never backing down in the face of danger. True to their slogan, ready, aye, ready, these sailors stand always ready to defend Canada. We thank them for their service.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, this summer I had the pleasure and the opportunity to travel across this country and speak with over 150 stakeholders who are being hurt by U.S. steel and aluminum tariffs. These stakeholders had one overwhelming demand, that the government stop the uncertainty and get a new NAFTA deal. Well, the Prime Minister got a new deal, all right. It was a deal of concessions. The Prime Minister failed our steel and aluminum producers because they're still being tariffed. And now there's no end in sight for these tariffs. Steel and aluminum workers are already having to cut their hours, lay off some people, and actually reducing their sales. Business owners I met with are struggling to stay afloat with no support from the government. The Finance Minister promised $2 billion to affected businesses, but what did he really offer? He offered unemployment insurance and additional loans. Mr. Speaker, forcing companies to take on more debt or somehow easing workers into unemployment are not solutions. The Liberals have to get these tariffs lifted, and they need to get them lifted now.
The honourable member for Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, October is Women's History Month and is also Islamic History Month. What's a better way to celebrate this than by recognizing a strong Canadian Muslim woman? Alia Hogbin is an irrepressible voice for women's equality. She fiercely fights against misogyny and gender-based violence. Alia also calls out Islamophobia and all other forms of bigotry. She received an honorary doctorate from Queen's University. In 2012, she became the second Canadian Muslim woman to be awarded the Order of Canada for her work on women's rights. In 2014, Maclean's declared her one of Canada's 50 most important people. Ms. Hogbin has been involved with the Canadian Council of Muslim Women since its creation. She recently retired as its executive director. In recognition of her service, the CCMW will be establishing a scholarship in her name. Alia inspired a generation of boys and girls to be champions of equality and human rights. We all owe her a debt of gratitude.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
For Women's History Month, we honor feminist trailblazers who fought hard for social justice. Yet gender equality has been blocked by decades of successive liberal and conservative failure. No pay equity, no universal childcare. Frontline feminist groups struggle to keep their doors open from lack of core funding. As New Democrat Rosemary Brown, the first Black woman elected to any legislature in Canada, said, "We must open the doors and we must see to it that they remain open so that others may pass through." On a truly historic day in Parliament, these doors opened, and Daughters of the Vote filled these seats with young women from across the country. 337 women sat in this House on that day, more than had filled Parliament in 150 years of Confederation. And I've since witnessed dozens of these young leaders making real change across our country. So let's make history, let's honor feminists past, and let's open the doors for the next wave of women making real change.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Tori Stafford was just 8 years old when she was kidnapped, raped, and murdered by Terry Lynn McClintock in 2009. Now, we now know that the Liberals have allowed McClintock to move from a medium-high security prison to a healing lodge designed for criminals who are near the end of their sentences. Mr. Speaker, this just proves that the Liberals are in favor of putting the comforts of criminals ahead of the rights of victims and their families. Under our Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, we listened to Canadians and we took steps to correct aspects of the judicial system that allowed for re-victimization, legislation such as the Victims' Bill of Rights and Life Means Life. Mr. Speaker, when will this government start supporting victims of crime, do the right thing, and move McClintock to the medium-high security prison where she belongs?
Honourable for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, our government knows how important equity in science is. That's why I'm honoured today to stand in this House and recognize Canada's Donna Strickland. Donna Strickland, born in Guelph, is an associate professor at the University of Waterloo, and this week joined the ranks of only two other women, Marie Curie and Maria Goeppert-Mayer, by being the first woman in 55 years to win the Nobel Prize in Physics. Along with Arthur Ashland and Gerard Moreau, she won the Nobel Prize for groundbreaking inventions in the field of laser physics. Nous savons que l'équité...
We know that equity and research excellence go together. We have played a leading role in promoting diversity in science, and we are now making the most significant investments in research in Canadian history.
We need to celebrate women physicists because they're out there. And she added, I'm honored to be one of those women. Today, all Canadians can be proud of her achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, 9 months ago, Tori Stafford's killer was behind bars, and today she is in a healing lodge. Now, Tori's killer was convicted of the most heinous crimes imaginable, something the Public Safety Minister called bad practices. Tori's family has called on the Prime Minister to use all the tools available to him to fix this situation. Today, members will be voting on a motion that will do just that. Does the Prime Minister agree with the decision to transfer Tori's killer to a healing lodge?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our hearts go out to the family of Tori of Stafford for the loss they have endured. The offender in question was moved from maximum security to medium security in 2014 under the Conservatives. She remains in medium security today. As reports have shown, the Corrections and Conditional Release Act does not permit politicians to make one-off decisions in regards to the placement of individual inmates. However, the Minister has asked that the Commissioner of Correctional Services review this decision to ensure that it was taken properly and in accordance with long-standing policy.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister stated on the NAFTA negotiations that he would be protecting supply management, but he failed. The Prime Minister made major concessions on access to our dairy market, and Canada accepted to cap our own dairy protein exports. We know that the United States have been very generous to their producers with annual subsidies amounting to about $22 billion. Will the Prime Minister tell us which concessions he got from the Americans in exchange for the concessions that he made on the backs of Canadian producers? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is a deal that preserves and maintains supply management. Its future has not been jeopardized. Now, in terms of market share, we have promised producers that they will be fairly and adequately compensated. Changes to access to the market are similar to the changes that we made under the TPP. That was celebrated by the Conservatives. Supply management has been protected, dairy farmers will be compensated, and as usual, the Conservatives continue to play political games. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Difference. The deal under the TPP and CETA was to exchange for gains in terms of market access in other countries. These concessions have nothing in return. Now, the Prime Minister tries to compare these to other deals, but under this agreement that he just signed, the Canadian government will be imposing tariffs on Canadian exports. Now, we know the United States has a wide variety of support and billions of dollars worth of subsidies for their dairy producers. So in exchange for backing down on what Donald Trump wanted, can the Prime Minister tell us exactly which measures the U.S. has agreed to eliminate?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I I think most Canadians understand that Sunday night was a good moment for Canadians. We secured access to our most important trading partner in a time of uncertainty. We demonstrated that our approach of standing up for Canadians and staying firm on our principles was the right one. And Mr. Speaker, the relationship with the United States goes beyond politics, as it should. And I want to give a specific shout out to the many Conservatives, from Brad Wall to Scott Moe to Brian Pallister, to people like Brian Mulrooney, Kim Campbell, Jean Charest, Rona Ambrose, James Moore, who all stood up for
Opposition.
What about winning? Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear the Prime Minister needed all the help he could get when it comes to his position with negotiating with Donald Trump. And even after all that, Mr. Speaker, he still had to back down on so many key areas. He backed down on pharmaceuticals, meaning that Canadian patients and provincial healthcare system will have to pay billions more. Now, can the Prime Minister tell us exactly how much Canadian patients will have to pay after he's adopted Donald Trump's rules on prescription drug costs?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives can't help themselves but to play politics on big issues, but we're staying focused on Canadians. And it's wonderful to hear the Conservatives suddenly preoccupied with prescription drug costs, because they've never wanted to do anything on that. But we've made sure that Canadians know that we are serious about moving forward with pharmacare. We will move forward with lowering prescription drug costs for Canadians, and nothing in this deal prevents us from being able to do that for Canadians.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there is something in this deal that would make that program even more expensive. He has just backed down, giving Donald Trump's policy preference over Canadian pharmaceuticals, meaning higher prices for patients. Now, in return for backing down on pharmaceuticals, on accepting a cap on autos, what has he got in return? Yesterday, the Minister of Foreign Affairs says that the most important gain from this agreement is retaining what we already had. So, specifically, did the Prime Minister receive an end to tariffs on steel and aluminum for all his concessions?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I guess we shouldn't in this House be surprised when the Conservatives choose to play politics, but I have to admit I am surprised on this one, given that just last year, Stephen Harper and the Conservatives were imploring us to capitulate and accept any deal at any price. Indeed, Stephen Harper's memo said, quote, "It does not matter whether current American proposals are worse than what we have now." Well, over and over, the Conservatives urged us to take Harper's advice and surrender immediately. That was not our approach. We stood up for Canadians and got a good deal.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, it's funny to hear the Prime Minister speaking of political games, because yesterday the Minister of Foreign Affairs referred 3 times, not just once, to the elimination of Chapter 11 of NAFTA, and she referred to it as a great victory for her and her government, except that it's the Liberals themselves who were fighting to preserve a version of that provision at the negotiating table that would allow companies to directly launch proceedings against governments. Donald Trump is the one who wanted to eliminate it. We're happy to see Chapter 11 disappearing, but are the Liberals so desperate that they now want to rewrite history? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are very pleased to see Chapter 11 disappear, because it cost over $320 billion to Canadians over the years. We know that it's important to protect the ability of a government to legislate on the environment, to protect workers' rights. And yes, we stood up to eliminate that Chapter 11, and we're very pleased to see that Canadians will no longer be subject to it. The Honourable Minister for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les Basques.
Is trying so hard to find a positive angle to this deal with Donald Trump that they are willfully misleading the House on this. Yesterday, the Minister for Foreign Affairs and today the Prime Minister are bragging about the fact that the elimination of Chapter 11 of NAFTA is a great victory for them and their government. The problem is that They are the ones who fought to try to keep it. Donald Trump was the one who tried to get rid of it. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we're glad that Chapter 11 is gone. But how desperate is the Prime Minister that he now wants to rewrite history?
I have to remind the honourable member for that we don't accuse someone of willfully misleading the House or deliberately misleading the House. We can say someone misleads because that, of course, could be by accident, but we can't say willfully. So I'd ask him to withdraw and apologize for that. Honourable member for
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. He is misleading the House. Thank you.
I'm going to give the member another chance to, without equivocation, sans équivoque,
without equivocation, to start over again and apologize.
Sorry, instead of willfully misleading the House, I will claim that he is misleading the House.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Chapter 11 has cost Canadian companies hundreds of millions of dollars. It cost the Canadian government hundreds of millions of dollars over the years, which is why we are pleased that we signed an agreement that eliminates Chapter 11. The ISDS provisions, which we worked hard with people on the CPTPP, on CETA, to diminish and even to eliminate, is something that we have always stood against. We believe that governments should have every right to protect the environment, to protect labor standards, and that's what we ensured with this accord.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi James Nunavut KU.
Let me quote the Federal Court of Appeal again. Canada's efforts fell well short of the mark set by the Supreme Court of Canada when it came to consulting Indigenous peoples on Trans Mountain. How can the Prime Minister claim that he will consult again when he has repeatedly said in this House that this project will be built no matter what? Doesn't the Prime Minister realize that he's in fact totally abdicating on his constitutional duty to consult and accommodate Indigenous peoples and obtain their consent?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the court ruling on TMX actually gives us a blueprint to move forward in the right way. We know that proper, deep consultation with Indigenous peoples is essential for moving forward on any projects. They have to be moved forward in the right way. That means working with Indigenous peoples. It means getting community consultations right. It means working to ensure that the environmental science is top-notch. That's what we recognize, Mr. Speaker. That is what we will move forward with in a responsible way to get things done the right way, Mr. Speaker, because that's what all Canadians expect.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi James Nunavut AU. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has to be consistent. If he's willing to acknowledge those who have a right to say yes or no, then he also has to acknowledge the right for that group to say no, whether it's yes or no. Does the Prime Minister not acknowledge that consulting when the decision has already been made is not the same as consulting under the court's ruling? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for the fact that, yes, there are those who say yes and there are those who say no in Indigenous communities. We are going to be working with them. We are going to be working with them in keeping with the way the court ruled. There is improvement that needs to be done to consultations and to a partnership with Indigenous communities, and we commit to doing that seriously in the way that the court ruled. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, an 8-year-old child killer guilty of first-degree murder and rape was transferred to a healing lodge with no fence. There is such little security that there have been 8 escapes over the years from that healing lodge. In our motion, we ask for that decision to be reversed, as the Ontario government did itself. Will the Prime Minister vote in favour of our motion, as all Canadians throughout the country are calling on it to do? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our hearts are with Tory Stafford's family and for their loss. The inmate was transferred from maximum security to medium security in 2014 under the Conservative government. She remains in medium security today. As several articles have already said, the correctional systems and the parole system does not allow politicians to make decisions about inmate placement. The minister has called on the commissioner to ensure that that decision is compliant with long-standing policies. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, here's what the father of the child said last week to the Prime Minister. From father to father, would you be able to kneel down before the tomb of your child, knowing that not all was done? I'm begging you to do what is fair and to correct this injustice and make sure that this killer is put back behind bars. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has the power to act. Will he vote yes or no to the motion that we tabled in this House? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Like all Canadians throughout the country, our hearts are with Rodney Stafford. The inmate was transferred from maximum security to medium security in 2014 under the Conservative government. She remains in medium security to this day. The Conservatives should know that the minister does not become involved in inmate placement decisions, because that's exactly what the member for Bellechasse-Etchemin-Lévis as a minister has affirmed in the past. The minister has called upon the commissioner to review these decisions, but as the member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou knows, there has to be an independent process without any political interference.
Speaker, Canadians continue to call on the Prime Minister to do the right thing and send Terry-Lynn McClintic, the killer of 8-year-old Tori Stafford, back to prison. And while he and his public safety minister dither with this review and refuse to review the transfer that didn't occur in 2014, it occurred just a few months ago, McClintic is enjoying this life in a healing lodge without offense. I ask the Prime Minister, on behalf of Tori's father and on behalf of Canadians, to do the right thing, to vote yes on our motion today and order McClintic back behind bars.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to play a very dangerous and quite frankly repulsive game of politicizing a tragedy and speaking for others that they have no business speaking for. We continue to state, obviously, that this is a situation in which a previous Conservative government reclassified an offender from maximum security institution to a medium security institution. This individual is currently in a medium security facility. But as Stephen Harper's former...
Order. I would ask the member for Battle River Crowfoot and others not to interrupt when someone else has the floor. Each side gets their turn, and we have to listen whether we like what we hear or not, and that's kind of essential in a democracy. The honourable member for Barrie Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister accuses us of games, but I remember being in the Ontario legislature as an MPP when the Ontario legislature 18 years ago voted unanimously to ask the federal government to stop a transfer of a cop killer to Club Fed. The Minister of Agriculture, who was Solicitor General at the time, stood in this House and reversed the transfer. Why was that good enough 18 years ago? About why is he playing political games now and saying he cannot do anything on behalf of Tori Stafford's family and on behalf of Canadians? Do the right thing!
All right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, as has been demonstrated, the minister does not intervene on case-by-case basis. And that, if we want to talk about things said in the past, let's talk about the Conservative member from Bellechasse-les-Etchemin-Lévis, who said in his capacity as Public Safety Minister just a few years ago, I do not control the security classification of individual prisoners. Or perhaps the Conservatives will listen to Ben Perrin, who was Stephen Harper's former lawyer, who himself said, I'm concerned with politicians being the ones who decide how any particular individual offender is treated.
Honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to the excuses that the Prime Minister continuously gives to this House and to the Canadian public with respect to his unwillingness to transfer Terry-Lynn McClintic from a healing lodge with no fences and no barriers back to where she came from, a Grand Valley institution with fences and bars. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the government won't be voting in favour of our motion today, but I'm wondering, does the Prime Minister know whether or not there's going to be some of his backbenchers who are going to see the light and know that this is a moral issue and that they should do the right thing?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would indeed suggest that this is a moral issue. This is about the contrast between a party and a government that respects the rules, that respects the independence of our judicial system, that appreciates the professionalism of our correctional services, and a party of ambulance-chasing politicians who are, quite frankly, demonstrating a contempt for the principles of law and debate in this House that is inexcusable.
Order. The honourable member for Milton. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, at least the Prime Minister can show some kind of emotion, even though it's self-righteous indignation that we would actually question him on an issue as making sure that convicted killers of children are in appropriate institutions, both to protect the integrity of the system, of the justice system, but as well to protect the public and any visitors within that institution. If he's blind to it, get out of the way and let us go back to government and get this right.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it was under the Conservatives that the decision was taken to reclassify from a maximum security to a medium security. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we point out that I'm sure they just followed the recommendations and the proper functioning of their public servants, of the professionals in our corrections agency when that transfer happened. All we are asking is that they continue to respect the system in place that we have asked be verified, be followed up on to ensure that all the rules were appropriately followed.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Today, the Liberal government decided to not appeal the Court of Appeal's ruling on the Trans Mountain expansion. And do you know why? Because the court is right. Despite their promise, the Liberals used the same promise that the Conservatives did, but they did not consult appropriately in the Indigenous communities. Now the court is rapping them on the knuckles and telling them to do their homework all over again. How can they truly consult now when, in any case, the decision has already been made? I mean, it's like being saying, well, your call is important to us, but no. Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we would like to thank the court for having clarified on the process that we should be following in order to improve our consultations with Indigenous communities. We take this seriously, and we want to improve our nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. We're going to sit down with them so that we can do more extensive consultations in order to make sure that when this if this project goes ahead, that we do it appropriately. That's what people expect. That's what Canadians expect. That's what the justice system expects in all Indigenous communities.
Is now promising to finally meaningfully consult Indigenous peoples on the Trans Mountain Pipeline proposal. No, seriously, this time he really, really means it. But here's his problem. He's already made up his mind about the project. So asking Indigenous peoples for their opinion, but refusing to hear the words no, is the very definition of paternalism. So how about this? Why doesn't the Prime Minister go and sit with Indigenous leaders so they can teach him what free, prior, and informed consent actually means? Or does he only agree with Indigenous rights and title when Indigenous people agree with him?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to highlight what the member opposite well knows, that proper consultations with Indigenous peoples are possible and lead to good outcomes for everyone. And a great example is the LNG Canada announcement that highlighted how much you can work with Indigenous peoples. And I know the member must be very pleased because it will benefit people right across northern British Columbia to have moved forward on this LNG Canada proposal that will help Indigenous peoples, will grow our economy, will get our resources to markets other than the United States. This is a good day for Canada, and it happened because of proper consultation with Indigenous peoples.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, for weeks, the Minister of Public Safety has tried to pass the buck over the outrageous decision to transfer child killer Terry Lynn McClintock to a healing lodge. But no matter how hard the minister tries to avoid taking responsibility, the buck stops with him. He has the authority to reverse the decision. He has the authority to put McClintock back where she belongs, behind bars. Why won't he?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives are showing they will not let the facts get in the way of a political opportunity. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a real challenge for them and for Canadians watching. Let me set the facts straight. As reports have shown, the Corrections and Conditional Release Act does not permit politicians to make one-off decisions in the regards to the placement of individual inmates. That, Mr. Speaker, is the facts. Those, Mr. Speaker, are the facts. The Conservatives, yet again, are playing politics.
For Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, let me give the Prime Minister the facts. This was an 8-year-old girl who was heinously murdered. She was murdered, and these people were convicted of first-degree murder and sent to prison behind bars. Are you telling me that sending this convicted first-degree murder...
Order. I think she means is he. I'll let her correct that.
Where may I start? Can I start from the beginning, and I'll make it less personal? The bottom line is, from Southwestern Ontario, we are angry. As a parent, as a member of Parliament, will this Prime Minister do what is right and put this convicted murderer behind bars where she belongs?
Yeah. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me highlight that people, not just from Southwestern Ontario, but right across the country, are upset and stand with Terry Stafford's family on this terrible tragedy. People right across the country's hearts go out to the family. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, the individual in question was reclassified from a maximum to a medium security facility. That, Mr. Speaker, are the facts. The Conservatives are playing politics in a particularly inappropriate way.
Order. Member for Chilliwack Hope. Eagle Creek, excuse me.
Mr. Speaker, as a mother and a grandmother, I can only imagine the pain and suffering that Tory's family has experienced. Tory's father has been begging the Prime Minister to reverse the decision that has allowed Terry Lynn McClintic to serve her time at a healing lodge in Saskatchewan. When will the Prime Minister listen to Tory's father, do the right thing, reverse this decision, and put Tory's killer back behind bars?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our hearts go out to Tory's father, to her entire family on this terrible tragedy. We understand the anguish and the questions they have and the difficulties they have lived with over the past years. Mr. Speaker, the Corrections Act does not permit a minister to weigh in directly on the classification of an individual prisoner. The minister has asked the corrections services to look into what happened here to ensure that everything was done according to proper procedures and to make recommendations if the procedures need to be changed.
Honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, Tory Stafford's family doesn't want the Prime Minister's heartfelt sentiments. They want him to take action. They don't want the Prime Minister's excuses. They want Tory's killer back behind bars. Conservatives do not respect the decision to put this killer in a healing lodge without fences. We want her back behind bars, and so does Tory's family. Why doesn't the Prime Minister use the authority he has, take action today, and put this killer behind bars?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
I would ask the Conservative members to not make guesses about what Tory's family wants and instead be honest about what it is they want. They want to play politics with a heinous tragedy. They want...
Order. Members don't get to all talk at once, one at a time. As I was saying, democracy requires it. Let's have a little respect for this institution. Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives want to play politics with this issue. The Conservatives want to drag up this terrible murder and try and look at political gain on this. They have been politicizing this for well over a week with all of the passion that they can muster. And, Mr. Speaker, they are debasing the nature of this House and the
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister can boast about the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, but there is no guarantee to eliminate the 10% surcharge on aluminum and 25% surcharge on steel. You can't call that a success. Small businesses in Quebec are vulnerable to fluctuating prices caused by this tax. Workers are worried. Does the government have a plan to settle this situation, or are they just acting on a day-to-day basis, as usual? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Small businesses, entrepreneurs in Quebec and Canada-wide are happy with our agreement with the United States, and Mexico. But as I said to workers in a factory, we will continue to protect them. Our tariffs will remain in place until certain countervail is lifted. We want to create the situations that will help the middle class and offer more opportunities for Canadians, and we will continue to defend our workers.
USMCA, we learned that Canada will finally eliminate Chapter 11. Canadians have been hit with millions of dollars in legal fees and payouts to private corporations, and now thanks to the tireless work of New Democrats, Labour and civil society, it is gone. Canada has been the most sued country under ISDS, and for years Liberals have argued to keep this clause. They argued to keep it in the CPTPP, which they're going to be ramming through this week, and created a whole new investor court system in CETA. Will the Liberals finally commit to no future ISDS in trade agreements?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know the member from Essex knows well that people in Windsor are very happy with this deal, which secures Canada's auto industry for the coming decades. It demonstrates a real win for the Canadian auto and auto parts suppliers industry. But yes, we also got rid of the investor-state dispute resolution system, which has cost the federal government more than $300 million in penalties and legal fees. I'm glad to hear the member opposite's support for the UMSCA. We continue to work to defend people in Windsor and right across the country.
The honourable member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, next week, Canadian communities will celebrate Citizenship Week. Our government has made significant reforms to the Citizenship Act to ensure fairness while maintaining the integrity of our citizenship program, which has been used for divisive purposes under the Harper government. Can the Prime Minister reveal to the House what progress was made since our government changed the Canadian citizenship program? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Vimy for her dedication to new Canadians. Since changes were made to the Act, more than 150,000 new Canadians have joined our great Canadian family. That is 40% more than Conservatives. We have reduced waiting times from 24 months to 10 months. Mr. Speaker, during this week, there will be 54 citizenship ceremonies, and we will welcome 13,000 new Canadians. For us, on this side of the House, a Canadian is a Canadian. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if this agreement is really liked very much by people in steel and aluminum, workers in this field. We're talking about 20,000 jobs for aluminum plants. Can the Prime Minister tell us if the tariffs on aluminum will be eliminated, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I visited aluminum workers in their plants, and the government will be there for them. Our countermeasures will be in place until the unfair duty on them is lifted. We have always tried to create conditions that will help the middle class and create more opportunities for Canadians. We will continue to work until this duty is lifted. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, when they negotiated with the government, they said this duty would be lifted. In Quebec alone, 20,000 jobs in aluminum. Must I remind the Prime Minister that for 10 years he's been the member for Papineau, a Quebec riding? What is he going to do for the people in this working in this area in Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it seems that you're on a anti-House mission because Harper asked people to accept an accord no matter what. He said that there were no differences between our accord and theirs. But on this side of the House, we are not capitulating. We are perseverant, and we have achieved a good agreement for Canadians.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Well, Prime Minister Harper predicted this government would capitulate, and he was absolutely right. For the first time in the history of trade deals, there are more tariffs after the conclusion of the deal than there was when the negotiations actually started. My colleague asked, when will the steel tariffs be removed, now that the Prime Minister has backed down on pharmaceuticals and dairy and so much else? So I ask again, when will the steel tariffs be removed? When?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I will highlight that even though the Conservatives in this House are continuing to play politics, there are Conservatives across the country who understood that standing together for the good of the country was important. That's why Conservative Prime Ministers like Brian Mulroney or Kim Campbell, Premiers like Brad Wall and then Scott Moe and Brian Pallister and others stood strongly on Team Canada to make sure we negotiated a good and right deal. And why we were able to count on smart Conservatives like Rona Ambrose and James Moore, who stood with us, understanding that the relations with the United States is bigger than mere political points. Unfortunately, not all Conservatives.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Says the Prime Minister, who's been repeatedly misrepresenting the position of the Conservative Party on this negotiation from the very start. But it is true. Many Conservatives entered on a rescue mission to try and help the Prime Minister, who was clearly floundering from the beginning. But now we have the result. He backed down on pharmaceuticals with higher drug prices for Canadian seniors. He backed down on dairy, imposing Canadian tariffs on Canadian farmers. Why did he give up so much to get absolutely nothing that we didn't already have?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, not only did we secure access to the United States for our middle class and for our workers in a time of protectionism and uncertainty, we got rid of the ratchet clause that infringed on our sovereignty by preventing our government from controlling our access to energy resources. In the face of stiff opposition from the Americans, we kept Chapter 19 in the dispute resolution system. We got a cultural exemption that for now will apply to digital platforms. That's modernizing NAFTA. We got rid of the ISDS that cost Canadians so much. The auto sector got a big win here in Canada, and we have new enforceable environmental and labor standards.
Honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
The failure of this Liberal government to get the U.S. to lift the steel and aluminum tariffs is hurting employers. In my riding of Windsor and Essex County and the rest of southwestern Ontario, tool and mold manufacturers that rely on the specialized metals from the United States are fed up. This government failed to secure an end to the punitive tariffs imposed by the U.S. during the recent USMCA negotiations, and some of these businesses have already had to relocate to the United States. So what is this government doing to keep jobs in Canada now?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know well, having heard from many Canadians in Windsor and across southwestern Ontario, that they are very pleased that we have moved forward to secure the auto industry in southwestern Ontario and in Windsor. We've protected good middle-class Canadian jobs that will continue long into the future because we have secured the future of Canada's auto industry with this USMCA. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to getting the support of the members from Windsor because folks in Windsor are really pleased that we've moved forward on protecting their jobs long into the future.
Honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, in the NAFTA renegotiation, the Prime Minister left steel and aluminum industries hanging in the wind, but he's also abandoned small businesses across this country, like Northern Boat Sellers, who are paying punishing import duties because of this Prime Minister's tit-for-tat war with Donald Trump. So would he explain his logic to Clint Chartrand of GEHO Sales and Timmins, who's being hammered by punitive penalties from this government? Why his government has squeezed $300 million out of hardworking Canadian businesses? They've only paid $11,000 back. When are these penalties going to end against Canadian businesses?
Very good. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, right across the country, Canadians have been clear that they want us to stand strong, to be firm, and to stand up for Canadian jobs, and that's exactly what we've did. But the members opposite don't have to take my word for it. They can ask Jerry Dias of Unifor, who said this is a much better deal than the deal that was signed 24 years ago. Or perhaps they'll listen to Hassan Youssef, the president of the Canadian Labour Congress, who says the USMCA gets it right on labour provisions, including provisions to protect workers against employment discrimination on the basis of gender. This deal is a good news story for middle-class Canadians right across the country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that the Prime Minister backed down to Donald Trump on so many files. In fact, Donald Trump's senior economic advisor thanked them for backing down so graciously. Now, after combing through the deal, trying to find something to latch onto that he can claim as a positive, he tells us it's investor state and the ratchet clause. Well, this Prime Minister actually fought to get the investor state proposition into the TPP, and the energy ratchet clause has never been used. But steel and aluminum tariffs have been in effect and are hurting Canadian jobs. Has he removed those tariffs?
Speaker, we will continue to stand up for Canadians in the steel and aluminum sector, but despite what the member opposite says, we have got an awful lot of wins on top of obviously securing our access to the U.S. markets. Yes, we've eliminated the ratchet clause that prevented our government from controlling access to our energy sources. We got a cultural exemption that, in the spirit of modernizing NAFTA, will now apply to digital platforms. Yes, we got rid of the ISDS platform. We got a new auto deal for Canadians that will secure our auto sector, and we have enforceable environmental and labour standards, which I know the Conservatives.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, Lucille's husband Morris served this country for 28 years. He developed PTSD while serving his country dutifully and honourably. He witnessed acts of violence and faced unimaginable horrors. When the minister didn't respond to her letter, Lucille contacted my office saying how horrified she is that Garnier, who never served a day in his life, is receiving veterans' benefits due to the PTSD he developed while murdering the officer Campbell. Can the Prime Minister explain to Lucille why Chris Garnier is still receiving veterans' benefits?
Mr. Speaker, our government places the highest priority on ensuring veterans and their families have the support and services they need when and where they need them. The member knows well that I can't talk about the specifics of any individual case on the floor of this House, but we have been firm in our commitment to enhancing access to veterans' benefits, unlike the Conservatives who cut frontline staff, closed offices, and balanced the budget on the backs of veterans. We continue to follow up on making sure that all the rules have been followed and will make modifications if necessary.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Mr. Speaker, when a criminal is in receipt of benefits while serving his sentence, Canadians ask, where's the justice in that? When this criminal receives benefits reserved for our brave veterans, veterans ask, where's the justice in that? Once more, do we know if Christopher Garnier is still in receipt of these benefits, and when will the Prime Minister demand justice for Canadians, brave veterans, and for the family of Police Officer Catherine Campbell? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all members in this House their hearts go out to the Campbell family. Perhaps we can change policy to make sure this never happens again. We have increased the level of monitoring this policy. We will continue to support veterans and their families while maintaining the integrity of the system.
New technologies have changed the way we access information, shop, live, socialize, and work. As a result of these changes, our economy has transformed to become increasingly data-driven. These transformations have brought with them new and uncharted challenges surrounding the changing nature of work, privacy, information, and consent. Can the Prime Minister tell this House how our government is helping to unlock the potential of data-driven economy while balancing Canadians' right to have their data and privacy protected?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member from Richmond Hill for his question and for his passion on this file. We recognize the potential of a data-driven economy must be balanced against the right to Canadians to have their data and privacy protected. We have launched a national consultation on digital and data transformation to better understand how we can drive innovation and ensure Canadians have trust and confidence in how their data is used. We want to hear directly from Canadians on how to grow the economy while protecting their data, ensuring privacy and building trust.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
2 years ago, the Supreme Court overturned a bestiality conviction on a child molester because they ruled the law doesn't cover non-penetrative acts. Since then, the Prime Minister hasn't included this simple definition change in any of his legislation, while bestiality charges aren't being laid and more cases are being impacted. Why is the Prime Minister failing to protect humans and animals by refusing to pass updated bestiality legislation?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we take the integrity of our justice system very seriously and will continue to look for ways to improve it and to ensure that what Canadians expect and the values that are shared amongst Canadians are upheld and defended, while at the same time we uphold the law.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the planned demolition of the Palestinian village Khan al-Ahmar by the Israeli government runs counter to international law. The European Parliament has even passed a resolution stating that this situation is, and I quote, that it would further compromise the viability of a two-state solution as well as any prospect for peace. We're still waiting for our Prime Minister to react, to say something. Why is he silent in the face of this serious problem for peace and human rights? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are a steady ally of Israel, and we have spoken against the demolition of this village, and we have communicated this to the Israeli government. We're particularly concerned by the destruction of the school in this area, but I think any unilateral action would compromise a two-state solution.
Order. I'm going to ask the Honourable Member for Davenport to try again, and hopefully we'll be able to hear. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Davenport residents have let me know that their data privacy, their online information, the threat of hacking is a priority and a worry for them. Our government takes our responsibility to protect the private information of citizens and the integrity of our critical infrastructure systems very seriously. We committed $155 million for a new Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, establishing a unified government source of unique expertise and support. Can the Prime Minister update this House on the implementation of the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity?
Good job.
Prime Minister.
Member for Davenport for her question and her hard work on behalf of her citizens. We know that good cybersecurity is critical to Canada's competitiveness, economic stability, and long-term prosperity. This week, we launched the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity we had promised in Budget 2018. This new centre will provide Canadian citizens and businesses with a trusted place for cybersecurity advice. Canadians can rest assured that their government is prepared to meet the cybersecurity challenges of today and tomorrow.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just moments ago in Manitoba, the Premier of Manitoba, my Premier, Brian Pallister, announced that Manitoba is rejecting the carbon tax. There will be no carbon tax in Manitoba. My question to the Prime Minister is this. Now that another province has said no carbon tax for their province, will this Prime Minister recognize that a carbon tax penalizes Canadians, it penalizes farmers, it penalizes industry, it penalizes Canadians, it does nothing to help the environment? Will he do the right thing and do what Brian Pallister did today and say no to the carbon tax?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I continue to find it puzzling as to why Conservatives insist on making pollution free. We believe that polluters should pay, and that's why we are putting a price on pollution. We would prefer to work with provinces right across the country, but if they are unwilling to make sure that polluters pay, we will bring in federal measures to both collect a price on pollution and return that money to hardworking citizens right across the country.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, October 3rd, is the NEB deadline for comments on the list of issues in the redo of the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain Pipeline review. Now, as an intervener in the initial failed and flawed process, I've written the National Energy Board asking that they include the upstream and downstream climate impacts of the proposed pipeline, just as they did in the case of the private sector's Energy East. It certainly seems fair they be held to the same standard. Doesn't the Prime Minister agree?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question. The review that the NEB will undertake is related to the recent court decision on marine scoping. Direct and upstream impacts were reviewed under our interim principles announced in January 2016. As we've demonstrated, we are moving forward with this project in the right way. We are ensuring that we protect the environment and consult properly with Indigenous peoples. To grow the economy and protect the environment, you need to do both at the same time. That's exactly what we will do.
Order. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members. We'll come to it. The attention of honourable members, the presence from the gallery of the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada 2018 Impact Award winners, Jean Grandin, Shane Nielsen, Tanya Lee, Jennifer Llewellyn, Carla Lipsig-Moumet. The honourable member for Milton has a point of order arising out of question period.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the course of question period today, the Prime Minister answered a question which I posed to him, and in it he indicated that I was an ambulance chaser. And an ambulance chaser, Mr. Speaker, is a term for an unethical lawyer. I am a lawyer in my profession. I take great offense to being called an ambulance chaser. And I'd like to give the Prime Minister the opportunity to do the right thing and apologize, since only last evening he said himself he wasn't going to play this kind of politics.
Order. L'honorable député de Saint-Boniface Saint-Vital se lève avec un appel au règlement.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to apologize to the House of Commons for some unparliamentary behavior I exhibited yesterday. It was a long day. It was a passionate debate. Unfortunately, I let the passion get the better of me. So I'd like to apologize to the House of Commons for unparliamentary behavior yesterday, and it will not happen again.
I thank the honourable member for his apology. The honourable Leader of the Opposition is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The member for Malton, the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party, has just asked the Prime Minister to apologize for using an unparliamentary term. So I'd like to know from you, Mr. Speaker, is ambulance chaser an unparliamentary term?
I thank that member for raising this. I'll look at this and come back to the House if necessary. A moment, please. Pardon me, the Right Honourable Prime Minister is rising on the same point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask all members of this House to begin to respect a little bit more the sanctity of this place, of respecting that robust debate can happen, but dragging the name of a family or indeed the stories of tragedy should not be a cause for political attacks in this place.
Order. It being 3:17 p.m., pursuant to order made on Tuesday, October 2, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-326 under private members' business. Calling the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Scarpaleggia, seconded by Mr. Amos, moved that Bill C-326, an act to amend the Department of Health Act, Drinking Water Guidelines, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Scarpaleggia. Mr. Scarpaleggia. Mr. Greywall. Mr. Greywall. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yakino. Mr. Yakino. Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Massey Avignon Métis Matin Matapédia. Mr. Massey Avignon Métis Matin Matapédia. Mr. May Cambridge. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Madame Nassif. Mr. Ouellet. Mr. Ouellet. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard. Mr. Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Robillard. Monsieur Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rumi. Ms. Sahota. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sangha. Mr. Sangha. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sarai. Madame Shanahan. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sheehan. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Seekant. Mr. Seekant.
Rangé à ma droite. Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Amos. Mr. Amos. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Mr. Aria. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Breton. Mr. Cesar Chavans. Mr. Cesar Chavans. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Madame Lapointe. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Moff. Mr. Moff. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Drouin. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur El-Khoury. Monsieur El-Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fraser Westnova. Mr. Fraser Westnova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row to my right.
Mr. Eiking. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Hernandez Sangri. Mr. Hernandez Sangri. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore. Mrs. Jordan. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pescasilido.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Ms.
Second row to my right.
Mr. Lausanne-Genteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentine, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Soey.
Mr. Soey.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sarres.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est de Sarre.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Première rangée à ma droite.
First row to my right.
There.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpot-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpot-Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson
Mr.
Raybould.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Correction, Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
All those opposed to the in favor of the motion to my left will please rise.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne-Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Mr. Marcel.
Mr. Marcel.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Ms. May, Saint Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saint Islands.
Ma gauche.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Saïd.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lembropoulos.
Madame Groppers.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Bedford Minster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Troisième rangée.
Third row to my left.
Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row to my left.
First row to my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Camels, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Camus, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row to my right.
Quatrième rang.
Fourth row to my right.
Troisième rang.
Third row to my right. Second row to my right. First row to my right. All those to my left opposed to the motion. Fifth row. Fourth row to my left. Third row to my left. Second row to my left. First row to my left.
Yeas pour 284, 284. Nays contre 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
The honourable officer from House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This point of order goes to the integrity of this place, and I need to raise it immediately. Just moments before the vote, my colleague, the Deputy House Leader, the member from Bradbury, called over to the Prime Minister.
No courage.
He's leaving now. Called over to the Prime Minister and said,
Our Lord, members know to mention the presence or absence of a member. Let's hear the honourable House Leader, please. Order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So just moments ago, my colleague called over and said to the Prime Minister, are you in charge of the Speaker? I didn't call that over. I happened to overhear it. The Prime Minister looked over at us, and there was a number of us, and he said, yes, I am. So, Mr. Speaker, we are hoping the Prime Minister would address that. We know you are in charge of your role, and the Prime Minister should not be in charge of you, and he should not believe that he is in charge of you, and he certainly should not be telling us that. So I was hoping we could hear from the Prime Minister on that.
Well, I thank the honourable House Leader for coming to my defence. And I can order, and I keep in mind, and I'm sure members are familiar with the famous words of William Lenthal on this topic, so I'll refer them to that, and if they're not, I recommend they look it up.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, October 2nd, 2018, order, please. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Ms. Bergen relating to the business of supply.
Follows. Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved that given Terry Lynn McClintock was convicted of first-degree murder in the horrific abduction, rape, and murder of 8-year-old Tori Stafford and was moved from a secure facility to a healing lodge without fences, and where the government has confirmed the presence of children, the House shall I dispense? No. The House condemn this decision and call upon the government to exercise its moral, legal, and political authority to ensure this decision is reversed and cannot happen again in other cases. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Mr. Clement. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Kent. Mr. Reyes. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Raitt. Mr. Poliev. Mr. Deltel. Mrs. Block. Mrs. McLeod, Camels, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Cameron, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Magenthal.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Generous.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yodega.
Mr. Yodega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Lausanne Argenté La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne Argenté La Petite Nation.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKinnon.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Metzi.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest des Sarres.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Est des Sarres.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Van Dal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pescasilido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavance.
Mr. Caesar Chavance.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon Métis Matan Matapedia.
Mr. Massé Avignon, le Métis Matin Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McCambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon,
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
The Cedar Brampton South.
The Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Seacant.
Mr. Seacant.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabarrok.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Yeas pour 82, 82. Nays contre 200, 200.
I declare the motion defeated. The Honourable, just before I go to the point of order, I wish to inform the House, because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 19 minutes. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to add my voice on the question of privilege by my honourable colleague, the Member of Parliament for Montcalm. The House of Commons on September 26, 2017, adopted by unanimous consent the following motion: that the House reiterate its desire to fully preserve supply management during the NAFTA renegotiations. I would like to bring to your attention, Mr. Speaker, to the way this motion is fundamentally different in English and French House of Commons records. In its original form, the motion is as follows: que cette chambre réitère
that this House reiterate its will to preserve supply management in its entirety during the NAFTA negotiations.
Volonté can be translated in some contexts to the word desire, as it was done here. However, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that in this case, the motion was clearly expressing the will of the House and not only its desire. Mr. Speaker, as a fully bilingual institution, it is our duty to make sure MPs can function in their language of choice, and to ensure that unilingual MPs and those hoping to become bilingual have access to a translation that is as accurate as possible. So I'd argue that in this case, it is very important to understand the meaning of the motion adopted by the House by unanimous consent last September. The English version of the motion has to be adapted to the French and should actually read as follows: that the House reiterate its will to fully preserve supply management during the NAFTA renegotiations. Mr. Speaker, the difference in meaning here is significant and really should be taken into account when examining this question, especially since the word volonté actually comes back in this question of privilege. In the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, at page 598, it reads as follows: however, orders or resolutions presented or adopted by unanimous consent express the will of the House and are as binding as any other House order or resolution. You'll notice in this case, Mr. Speaker, the will of the House is translated in French by la volonté de la Chambre. So I urge you, Mr. Speaker, to consider this motion as clearly expressing the will of the House, since the meaning is perfectly clear in French, the language which this motion was moved. And Mr. Speaker, I understand the jobs of the interpreters and translators are very difficult, and this is in no way to blame their incredible work. I would add, Mr. Speaker, that the House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition reads as follows. I'd like to add, follows on page 589. When unanimous consent is sought, the Chair takes care to ascertain that no voice is raised in opposition. If there is a single dissenting voice, there can be no unanimity. Whenever the House proceeds by unanimous consent, the fact is noted in the official record. Mr. Speaker, this procedure was followed to the letter, and the official record shows that this motion was agreed to by the House. However, as my colleague pointed out, and as many in the NDP have been denouncing for a long time, the conclusion of the negotiations on the new NAFTA resulted in Canada opening up 3.59% of the Canadian milk and dairy products market to American products. Mr. Speaker, given that the House had agreed on a motion that was specifically expressing the will of the House to fully preserve our supply management system, it is difficult to understand how the government could give up yet another significant portion of our supply management system. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that farmers are watching this government and expect it to live up to not only its words, but to its votes as well. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member for adding his arguments to those of the honourable member from Moncton. Of course, I'll come back to the House in due course. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a point of order, and it's a very serious one. And I just hope that you give me the time, and I'll be as brief as possible. Over the last half hour, Mr. Speaker, or more, we watched one individual in this House. First of all, I want to start out by saying I think I can speak for every member in this House when we say that we respect the Speaker and the Speaker's chair. And we all want to continue to do that. But what's happened here today, Mr. Speaker, and how you deal with it is, I think, it's going to reflect on that. And what I'm referring to, first of all, that a member of this House who is no longer in here, indicating that he, no, and the second thing is...
I'm going to let you continue in a moment. And the member did not indicate a particular member, but I would ask him not to get into who's here and not here. So ask him to carry on.
A mistake. But the other aspect about referring in this House, whether it was jokingly or not, and I don't think it was, that any individual in this place runs you, I think is a wrong thing to say, no matter whether he or she was serious. But the thing that really bothers me, and it hasn't been dealt with, is the member from Milton, one of the most respected people, women in this place, gets up and stands up on an issue that's absolutely unparliamentary and gets brushed off by that same individual and then walks out of the place. Mr. Speaker, how you deal with that is going to reflect one way.
I thank the member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, and I can assure him that I will review the words that were used today during question period. And of course, I appreciate the interest of all members in good order in this place, and I appreciate the assistance of all members in creating order in this place, whether it comes to unparliamentary language or other activities that create disorder. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I would move, seconded by the member from Winnipeg South, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Duguid, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call on the members. Order. 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 The question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Duguid, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Chantal de la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie de Sud-Est Île des Sœurs.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Nan Sangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pescasilido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavans.
Mrs. Caesar Fan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruce.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon le Métis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon le Métis Matin Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanger.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Aboutieff.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Muller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Lawson Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosso.
Madame Bosso.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Miss Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nautel.
Mr. Nautel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas 160, 160. Nays, contre 102, 102.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government.
Mr. Speaker, an agreement has been reached between a majority of the representatives of recognized parties under the provisions of Standing Order 78-2 with respect to the report stage and third reading stage of Bill C-79, an act to implement the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership between Canada, Australia, Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam. Therefore, I move, seconded by the Minister of Intergovernmental and Northern Affairs, that in relation to Bill C-79, an act to implement the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership between Canada, Australia, Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam, not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage and the said bill, and not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage and on the day allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je crois. Alors.
Order. I believe that the subject of the point of order, the Honourable Member for Berry-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I don't know what response you'll give me. I may be asking for unanimous consent for a motion, but my question has to do with the use of the Standing Order 68-2. This is a tool that is rarely used, and I'd like you to clarify whether this needs a majority, the majority support of the majority of parties in this House, because it seems the Liberals support this use. Now, I think this is rather a point of debate than a point of order. We already have a motion before the House.
Okay, l'honorable député de la Chambre.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Better understanding of 78.2, Standing Order 78.2, I just want to ask the unanimous consent of the House for a motion that, and I'll just say it in plain language before I get into the text of the motion, that would allow us to have proper debate, just a 10-hour debate instead of 4. And so the motion would be as follows: that given the government's attempt to allocate just 1 day of debate at the report stage and at the third reading stage of Bill C-79 is likely to amount to less than 1 hour of debate at report stage and less than 3 hours of debate at third reading in relation to Bill C-79, an act to implement the comprehensive and progressive agreement for the Trans-Pacific Partnership between Canada, Australia, Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam. Not more than 1 sitting day or 5 hours, whichever is longer, shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage and third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time allotted to the consideration at report stage and the time allotted, and I can hear my colleagues getting impatient, I'm taking my time for the interpreters, thank you, allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. First of all, of course, I always appreciate the work of the interpreters who have sometimes, I'm sure, a great challenge following the speed of my interventions. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? There is no unanimous consent. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. LeBlanc, moves that in relation to Bill C-79, an act to implement the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement. Shall I dispense? No. For a Trans-Pacific Partnership between Canada, Australia, Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam. Not more than 1 sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage of the said bill, and not more than 1 sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage and on the day allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All in the members. The question is as follows. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. LeBlanc, move that in relation to Bill C-79, an act to implement the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership between Canada, Australia, Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam, not more than 1 sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage of the said bill, and not more than 1 sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, and, apologies to the interpreters, that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage and on the day allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et des Sarres.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Nanda Sangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mrs. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavans.
Mr. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruce.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé-Vignon, le métis matin Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon, le Mrs. Madame Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mrs. McLeod, Camus, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Cameron, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Aboutia.
Mr. Tilson.
Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Muller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Anderson. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brousseau.
Madame Brousseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Yeas pour 224, 224. Nays contre 40, 40.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming, first time debating C-79, Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership Implementation Act, report stage.
Order. I encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies. I thank members for assisting me with a bit of a shush. There are 7 motions in amendment standing on the nose paper for the report stage of Bill C-79. Motions numbered 1 to 7 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table. Je vais maintenant soumettre les motions numéro 1.
I will now move motions 1 to 7 and propose them to the House.
Motion number 1, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Ms. Benson, moves that Bill C-79 be amended by deleting Clause 7. Motion number 2, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Ms. Benson, moves that Bill C-79 be amended by deleting Clause 8. Motion numéro 3, Madame May.
Motion 3, Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands, seconded by Ms. Posé, moves that Bill C-79 be amended by deleting Clause 9.
Motion numéro 4, Madame Ramsey.
Motion number 4, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Ms. Benson, moves that Bill C-79 be amended by deleting Clause 11.
Motion number 5, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Ms. Benson, moves that Bill C-79 be amended by deleting Clause 12. Motion number 6, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Ms. Benson, moves that Bill C-79 be amended by deleting Clause 19. Motion number 7, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Ms. Benson, moves that Bill C-79 be amended by deleting Clause 50. Debate. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish, Mr. Speaker, that I was rising today with some hope that we would be having more of a fulsome debate. It's very unfortunate that Liberals and Conservatives have decided to join forces in a very rarely used provision in this House in order to ram through C-79, the CPTPP. And I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, it's quite baffling to me because the amendments really focus around the ISDS. And in the CPTPP, we have fully signed on to the investor-state dispute settlement that today we heard from the Prime Minister he's happy to see gone in the new USMCA deal that we have with the United States. And, Mr. Speaker, it's not just me that finds this baffling, it's Canadians that find this baffling. Of course, we welcome the elimination with the U.S. of this provision and Mexico because we have been the most sued country in the world under this provision. It has not worked well for us, and I believe, Mr. Speaker, that there are members on the opposite side who are also not happy with this provision. But I focus on this because I think it speaks to the hypocrisy and the inconsistency that we're seeing in this House when we have this approach to trade. When on one hand we're saying that ISDS is a bad provision that needs to be gone, which is, quite welcomed from the Liberals, but quite shocking as well, because, Mr. Speaker, it actually isn't the Liberals that wanted it gone in the new USMCA. It's the U.S. that wanted it gone, and more specifically, President Trump. So, we see this flip-flopping with the Liberals. And how is it that they're standing today pushing through debate on a deal that includes this very provision? It's baffling to me. Not only is that baffling, but the amount that we have given up in terms of dairy. Now we know that in the USMCA, despite all of the promises in this House from this Liberal government that they would protect our dairy sector completely in the new negotiation or the new deal with the U.S., we know that is completely false. They have not protected it. They have knocked down two key pillars of supply management, and we know that when we come back in this deal with the U.S. in 6 years, it'll be the top of the list, and the Liberals will be happy to give it up again, Mr. Speaker. They have betrayed family farmers in my riding in Essex and family farmers across this country. So why, Mr. Speaker, are we now signing a deal where we will further damage family farms and auto workers? I'd like to speak a bit about auto workers, because what we were able to achieve in the USMCA for auto workers is good. It is positive. We did prevent that 25% tariff, and that is most definitely something that Canadian auto workers are pleased to see. But right on the heels of that, Mr. Speaker, we're signing on to an agreement that's going to hurt auto workers. This is incomprehensible. How is it that on one hand you're saying we're going to protect people and workers in our country, and the very next second you're doing the exact opposite? I'm not sure that Liberals understand, first of all, what they're signing on to. That's clear, I would say, from the debate, the very limited debate that we have had in this House, Mr. Speaker. And we've gone from 10 hours of debate that we should be having down to 4 hours of debate on an agreement that is thousands of pages long, will cost 58,000 Canadian jobs. It's bizarre to me that even the Conservatives don't want to debate this fully, because they certainly have been saying that everything in this House deserves full debate. But today we saw that's not the case, and they're happy to partner with the Liberals, and Canadians are left shaking their heads to see the difference between Liberals and Conservatives in this House today when we are approaching trade, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I would say that it was interesting to me on the ISDS question today that I posed to the Prime Minister, how he glowingly spoke about them being able to remove it, how fantastic it is, and invoked Jerry Dias and invoked Hassan Youssef. And yet, Jerry Dias, when I spoke with him on the phone this morning, is shaking his head and saying this is a betrayal from the Liberals to sign the CPTPP. So how is it that on one hand they're saying we've got auto, we're going to stand by auto, and then they turn around and do the exact opposite, Mr. Speaker? They are making fools of Canadians by trying to have Canadians believe that in some way they care about working people in Canada. And the CPTPP is a betrayal to working people. It's a betrayal to family farms. It contains ISDS provisions, which now the government has had a second coming on and has decided is not a good provision, finally. But don't worry, we'll still put it into the agreement over here. That's okay. Just don't look too closely over here. And again, I have to point to the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, because the Conservatives as well have been up reading, I would say, by all accounts, what I consider NDP viewpoints on trade on the USMCA in the last few days, as though Canadians believe that they stand up for working people, as though Canadians believe that they protect farmers, when they, in fact, are the architects of the TPP. And there is absolutely no comprehensive or progressive around the TPP. If you speak with the lead negotiator of the TPP, the text is identical. What has happened, Mr. Speaker, is we have a suspension of 20 provisions, and we have some tweaks, and we've actually lost some of the side letters. There's no change to the text of the TPP whatsoever. And by putting a name on it that suggests otherwise is simply false. And it's misleading to Canadians. And I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians aren't buying it either. So when we had the original TPP, we had 18,000 Canadians that wrote to the Liberal government. All but two of 18,000 people told this government not to sign the CPTPP. And yet, here we are. So once again, we have this faux consultation where there's an impression that when Canadians express themselves to the government, they will be heard. But, Mr. Speaker, they are falling down on that day after day after day in this House. They will consult, but they've already made up their minds on exactly what they're going to do already. And whether we're talking about Indigenous rights, whether we're talking about workers' rights, or whether we're talking about family farms, that's what they're doing, Mr. Speaker. And no one is fooled by what's happening in this country right now. Now, I want to talk about these mandate letters that came out and the initial progressive elements that were included in the International Trade Minister at the time, the fresh mandate letter of 2015, that included all these progressive trade elements, like a gender chapter, environmental rights, Indigenous people, all of these wonderful things, labor rights, that Canadians really would like to see as part of our deals. And in the CPTPP, sadly, none of those things exist. Not one of those things ended up being in the actual agreement, Mr. Speaker. So to put the progressive on the title is a farce. There is no Indigenous chapter or language. The words climate change are not even mentioned, which, by the way, they're not in the new U.S. deal either. The USMCA doesn't even say the words climate change in them. There are no labor provisions in the CPTPP that will help working people. There are regressive provisions, and now we're going to be in competition with countries like Malaysia, where the wage is frightening to our Mexican partners in the new U.S. deal, the U.S.-Mexican deal. The wages are so low, the treatment is so low, no labor standards, no environmental standards. And what happened to gender? This gender government and the gender lens that they were going to apply to all of the work that they do. It's completely evaporated. It doesn't exist in the CPTPP. And the promise that was made to people about the type of trade, the type of consultation, and quite frankly, what happened in the new trilateral deal that we have, the USMCA, didn't happen at all in CPTPP. None of those people were in the room. In fact, in a Montreal round of that particular deal when it was being negotiated under the NAFTA name, the minister was there at the time, all of the officials, meeting with stakeholders all weekend long, talking about the new deal we were going to have with the U.S. and Mexico, and left those meetings without saying one word about the CPTPP, flew and signed the CPTPP. So again, we have this incomprehensible mess of a trade agenda that the Liberals are presenting before Canadians, and we have Conservatives in this House who are happy to join hands and go down this path together. And Mr. Speaker, I want working people in Canada to know, I want farmers in Canada to know, I want everyone who struggles to pay for their prescriptions and everyone who cares about our environment to know that today this government, along with the help of the Conservatives, have turned their backs on them. And they have exposed themselves for the free traders that they are, and there's nothing they won't sign and nothing they won't give up.
Bravo. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sackville, Preston Chisholm-Cook.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
You have an opportunity to listen to the member. She always gives lots of energy behind her speech, and I appreciate that, and it's very evident of her research. The only thing I'd like to bring her back to is back in 2015. I mean, if you look at her government, they were not in support of CETA, not in support of CTPTT, not in support of the USMCA, all three. And I remember back at the election time when the leader at the time said he hadn't even read the deal, the TPP at the time, and said, we're not in favor of it. He didn't even know what was in it yet. So it's obvious as much, and when she speaks about the 58,000 jobs lost, our government will work closely with that industry to support them with compensation. But she's not talking about the hundreds and thousands of jobs that will be created through these deals. These deals are very important, not just for today for Canadians, but this will lead to prosperity for the next 30 to 100 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Essex.
Wow. That was completely devoid of fact, I would say, Mr. Speaker. And according to Global Affairs, and perhaps while the member's talking about reading the agreement, he should read it himself and understand what his own government, Global Affairs, is saying about the deal, because the job losses are acknowledged by Global Affairs. The very little amount of GDP, $4.2 billion in 22 years. Mr. Speaker, do you know what economists call that? Negligible. Negligible. We trade that in one day. To say that over 22 years, to give up all these jobs, to jeopardize family farms, is something that he supports. I think the member should really go back, read this agreement, understand what it is he signed on to, because I can assure him that I have. And I also want to point out, he mentioned CETA. Here we are, Mr. Speaker, a year on from signing CETA. And do you know what we know? We have lost exports to our CETA partners. They have increased imports. There is a flood of imports, and our exports are lower now than when we signed a year ago. So his government can keep opening doors with bad trade deals all they want, but the only thing that's happening through those doors is a flood into our country that is costing us jobs. Our Canadian exporters are not seeing the benefit of trade for multiple reasons that this government fails to address. So I would encourage this member to himself go and read the CPTPP.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague from Essex for her great presentation on this. You know, let's not beat around the bush. This agreement is basically a beautifully written corporate rights document in allowing them to shift capital to all of these different countries, and it's going to leave Canadian workers in the lurch. What I want to hear from my honourable colleague is the incredible imbalance that exists between corporate rights and labour rights, because from my understanding, corporations were given a beautiful tribunal in which to settle their scores with local governments that dare legislate in the public interest, yet if labour leaders have a complaint, they have to prove that that complaint had an impact on trade before it even comes into effect. So if the murder of a labour leader for fighting for human rights in other countries does not have an impact on trade, it won't kick in under this. I'm wondering if my colleague can expand on that and the complete imbalance and negligence of this Liberal government to stand up for workers around this world.
Good question.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague who has been working very hard on the agricultural file and making sure that farmers' voices are heard in this House, because certainly we have folks on both sides of the aisle in the CPTPP who are happy to throw our farmers under the bus. And the compensation even that existed originally, Mr. Speaker, under the Conservatives has completely evaporated to farmers underneath this Liberal government. Gone. There is nothing for the market share that has been opened. So I thank him for that work. And what he's saying is completely factual. 97% of the CPTPP countries that we have signed on with, we're already tariff-free. This deal is not about trade. This deal is about enshrining rights that go against our own sovereignty in our country through ISDS, which the Prime Minister admitted in this House today is a regressive provision that needs to be removed. So why, less than an hour after this Prime Minister leaves his House today, are the Liberals signing on to an agreement that includes this regressive provision? And human rights that my colleague mentioned is another important issue that we can address effectively in trade deals. And this Liberal government and Conservatives before them have failed to do even that basic minimum to enshrine human rights, and that's a shame.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have the amendments before me on Bill C-79. Clearly, the Green Party will stand up against provisions that protect the rights of huge companies.
Proud to say we're the only party in this House that has consistently and always opposed investor-state dispute resolutions in every trade deal that comes through here. I want to thank the honourable member for Essex for her work on this as well. It's very clear that the New Democratic Party does oppose investor-state agreements in the context of the CPTPP, and in that we were only joined by the Bloc Québécois today in objecting to shortening the debate, even though the NDP, as the third party in this place, was prepared to bend and allow a shortened debate. Their amendment, which was rejected in this place, would have allowed debate that went for 5 hours as opposed to being shortened to almost no hours. It was amazing to me that that compromise position from the NDP wasn't accepted, and that the large parties in this place, the Liberals and the Conservatives, were all too quick to rush this bill to conclusion. Now, the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, which we're entering into in this rushed fashion, has been refashioned as the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, but it's very clear it's not progressive, and it may be not even comprehensive. I do want to focus, though, initially, as others have in this place, on the contrast between what we celebrate, and I do want to be clear, I celebrate it, achievements that were just achieved in replacing NAFTA with what has now been rebranded Trump-style USMCA. But while parts of the USMCA remain troubling, and I should mention what they are, erosions of supply management to protect not only our dairy farmers and other protected agricultural sectors, but present a threat to human health in Canada if bovine growth hormone contaminated dairy products are allowed to enter our marketplace. We remain concerned about the USMCA, about giving longer patent protections to pharmaceutical companies, thus driving up drug costs. We remain concerned about other sectors that are impacted by the new USMCA. But we are relieved that the auto sector will survive this. We are relieved that many other sectors have not been negatively impacted as much as Trump had threatened. The big good news out of the USMCA agreement is what the Prime Minister mentioned earlier today, which happens, ironically, to be the subject matter of the amendments that I argue in this place today. So what the Prime Minister celebrated today, and I couldn't be more overjoyed, honestly, overjoyed is the word to use, to see the end of Chapter 11 of NAFTA. Chapter 11 of NAFTA was the world's first investor-state dispute mechanism. It was the debut of a concept that is so inherently anti-democratic that it is astonishing how it has managed to creep in to nearly every trade agreement Canada has signed since. And now essentially the grandfather of all investor-state dispute resolutions is gone, but the illegitimate progeny continue to contaminate democracies around the world. I'll never forget how Steve Schreibman, noted trade lawyer in Canada, described ISDS when he was fighting for intervenor status on behalf of Sierra Club of Canada to one of the many Chapter 11 cases that we ultimately lost, the one brought by S.D. Myers of Ohio, in which they claimed, believe it or not, that they were an investor in Canada, although they'd never actually built anything here, and they claimed their rights had been infringed because Canada banned the export of PCB contaminated wastes. We lost that case. You wouldn't believe it, Mr. Speaker. At the time at which an investor-state dispute resolution panel ruled that Canada had violated Chapter 11 by banning the export of PCB contaminated waste to the U.S., it was illegal under U.S. law to allow its importation. In this area of trade law, your only precedent to help you figure it out is to reread Lewis Carroll and Alice in Wonderland, because none of it ever made any sense. But as I was about to quote Stephen Schreibman in that case, he said, Chapter 11, investor-state dispute mechanisms are, in his words, quote, fundamentally corrosive to democracy, close quote. And yet, here we are in this place celebrating today, and I do celebrate, and I want to thank on the record our Minister of Global Affairs for her extraordinary work in bringing through a concluded agreement dealing with an administration as incoherent and unpredictable as the one that currently occupies the White House. I think regardless of political stripe, Canadians should celebrate that. We have much more in common as Canadians than in the difference, and I think those trying to score political points against this government for managing to navigate anything in the topsy-turvy world that one encounters when dealing with the President of the United States. We celebrate this big achievement that Chapter 11 of NAFTA is gone. Then why are we inserting Chapter 9 of the CPTPP that does the same thing, but with different countries? So with the advent of CPTPP, if we pass Bill C-79 as it is, without accepting my amendment, we will now be subject to the same corporate rule where foreign corporations have superior rights to domestic corporations from Australia, Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico. We already had Mexico ISDS under NAFTA, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam. Now, there's another truth that must be told about these agreements, because really Canada isn't at risk from TPP investor dispute mechanisms from Chile or Mexico or Vietnam. And I say that because there's a pattern. And here's the pattern, Mr. Speaker. We know from hundreds of cases that were reviewed by two major European Union think tanks, the Corporate Europe and Transnational Institute. They looked at hundreds of these cases that allow foreign corporations to sue domestic governments. Was there a pattern? Do governments tend to win? Do corporations tend to win? That's not the pattern one finds, Mr. Speaker, but there is a pattern. The larger economic power always wins. So when Philip Morris, a U.S. corporation, decides to sue Uruguay because they dared to put health warnings on cigarette labels, Uruguay is going to lose, and it did. When the U.S. decides, a U.S. corporation like Ethel Corporation, I mentioned S.D. Myers, Abitibi-Bowaters, or Bilcon, the very worst case, the U.S. corporation will win and Canada will lose. Canadian corporations, on the other hand, trying to sue in the U.S. nearly always lose because we're the smaller economic power. That's why it's extraordinary that it was the U.S. that wanted to remove this agreement and Canada that used it. I hope we were using it the whole time, holding it back, knowing it was a bargaining chip we were prepared to play. But we should never have fought to hang on to Chapter 11 of NAFTA. It's so deeply offensive. So here's the evidence. What this profiting from injustice is the name of the study. And their subtext is, quote, how law firms, arbitrators, and financiers are rushing investment arbitrations and gaining enormously financially. So it's basically, the words were used earlier in this place in a different context, ambulance chasing. Basically, law firms, arbitrators, financiers, and lawyers, individual lawyers, have made out like bandits on Chapter 11 cases and other ISDA cases. They represent, the arbitrators are for hire judges. There is no court. They are individual lawyers who both are arbitrators, who in the same firms often represent countries, or rather represent corporations suing countries. There is no justification for leaving this in CPTPP. And we have another precedent besides removing it from NAFTA, and that is that in the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement with the EU, individual countries have opted out of ISDS while still joining in the overall trade deal. Investor-state dispute resolutions are anti-democratic. They have nothing to do with trade. They have everything to do with transferring democratic rights to corporations, and we should pass my amendment, please, and take ISDS out of the CPTPP.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I can appreciate the leader of the Green Party has been consistent, along with the New Democrats, on trade and trade agreements. Both parties just don't feel that trade agreements are a thing in which we should be moving forward on. I want to give a specific example as to why an agreement of this nature is of great benefit. It's all about enabling communities and businesses to be able to gain access to markets. And the leader might recall a company called High Life, which is in rural Manitoba. It's a pork processing plant. They export, I believe it's 95% of their product out of the province of Manitoba and into Japan, I believe it is. And without having those exports, that company wouldn't exist. Now, that company, Mr. Speaker, provides literally hundreds of jobs in a small community of Nipawa, a small but beautiful, dynamic community of Nipawa. It provides opportunities for many farmers and others. Canada is a trading nation. One of the ways in which we can have those good quality middle-class jobs is by allowing more trade to occur. Now, countries around the world will recognize that if you want to advance the middle class or advance the trade, that what you need to do is to secure those markets. And that's what this bill will do, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask the Leader of the Green Party maybe just to reconsider and recognize there are significant benefits too.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, the honourable member for Winnipeg North will know that in my speech I focused on the investor-state dispute mechanisms, which have nothing to do with expanding markets, access to markets, or trade. But since he raises the example of hog barns in Manitoba, I want to remind him that farmers in Manitoba did not want massive hog farms. In town after town, they tried to protest it. The former government of Gary Doer suspended the right of municipalities to say no to mega hog barns. The result is the contamination of Lake Winnipeg, significant toxic eutrophication because liquid hog waste has contaminated Lake Winnipeg. These issues are complex, and the small family farms created more jobs and more healthy ecosystems for Manitobans than massive hog barns, which leave the pollution behind for people of Manitoba while shipping the product out.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech because we can see her focus on a very precise amendment. But in front of the Liberal bulldozer, it's really hard to deal with all this. I'd like to know how she reacted to this because I'm not a specialist in international trade, but I did learn that in the United States, the two major parties in Congress and the Senate are always kept up to date on these various changes, but here we have to trust these people across the way. I'd like to hear what she has to say about this.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. It's true that this is there's a story about Robert Reich, who was in Mr. Clinton's cabinet. He shared the story with someone else, and no one read NAFTA until the vote in the United States. I think the member that in the United States, congressmen don't always have the time to read. It's the same thing in the U.S. Congress or Canadian Parliament. And here we don't have the time to debate, but it's really rare to find one person who has done a true study, him or herself, on this issue and its various questions. I've been working hard for years against whatever favored international business and hurt our democracy. Order. I would like to acquaint with the House with the questions.
Refugees and citizenship. L'honorable député de Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, Veterans Affairs.
National trade. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a privilege to speak once again about the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, or the CPTPP, and the benefits to Canadians from coast to coast to coast and across all sectors of our economy. As my honourable colleagues have noted, the need for Canada to diversify our trade and investment has never been stronger. Trade has long been an engine which drives our economy, and we have a tremendous opportunity to capitalize on new markets this government is opening up across the board. Canadian jobs and prosperity depend heavily on our connectivity with other countries around the world. This is why our government has committed to expanding Canada's access to markets beyond North America. CETA has opened up markets across the Atlantic Ocean in Europe, and the CPTPP will provide us with incredible new opportunities throughout Asia and the Pacific. We are also engaged in ongoing free trade agreement negotiations with the Pacific Alliance and Mercosur, as well as exploratory discussions with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. The CPTPP will be a cornerstone of Canada's ongoing diversification agenda. Combined, the 11 CPTPP members represent a total of 495 million consumers and 13.5% of global GDP. Canada's export to our CPTPP partners totaled nearly $27 billion in 2017. The CPTPP will provide Canadians companies, large or small, with a tremendous opportunity to continue to expand their business in Asia. Implementing and ratifying the CPTPP will strengthen our existing FTA partnerships with Chile, Mexico, and Peru, and provide preferential access to 7 new markets: Australia, Brunei, Japan, Malaysia, New Zealand, Singapore, and Vietnam. Once this agreement enters into force, and we are moving swiftly to that end, Mr. Speaker, Canada will have 14 trade agreements that provide preferential access to 51 different countries. Combined, these represent nearly 1.5 billion consumers and over 60% of the global economy. Estimates project that the CPTPP will boost Canada's economy over the long term, and that growth will be driven by increased exports of goods and services, exports and increased investment into Canada. This, Mr. Speaker, means more jobs and more prosperity for hard-working Canadians and their families. The CPTPP will deliver 10 new markets on a level playing field so more Canadian businesses can expand their customer base and increase their profit margins. That is what happens when tariffs come down and access is open. Most of these tariffs, 86% in fact, will be eliminated immediately upon entry into force of the agreement, so that our exporters can take advantage of new business opportunities in CPTPP markets right away. The CPTPP will also establish mechanisms to address non-tariff barriers, such as technical barriers to trade and sanitary and phytosanitary measures. Our exporters often cite non-tariff barriers as one of the most significant challenges when seeking to gain entry into a new market. In this regard, the CPTPP will help our exporters gain preferential access to large and fast-growing markets in Asia by establishing rules on these barriers to trade, creating a more predictable and transparent trading environment. As a result of the CPTPP, Canadian exporters will be able to level the playing field with their competitors who currently enjoy preferential access to markets like Japan, Malaysia, and Vietnam. Likewise, the CPTPP will allow companies to gain a competitive edge over those from countries that do not have the same level of access. The agreement will not just help Canadian companies export to Asia, but also help them establish customer relationships, networks, and other joint partnerships which are essential to doing business in the region. This will offer Canada the opportunity to further integrate with Asia's regional and globally connected supply chains. And it is in these supply chains where we anticipate the potential for remarkable growth. Canada will also be at an advantage to export more agriculture and agri-food, fish and seafood, industrial machinery, and everything in between. Quality produced and made in Canada goods are in demand for rapidly rising middle class throughout the region, and there's no country better placed to provide those than Canada. New markets for our agriculture and agri-food products means more opportunities for Canadians to export fruit from British Columbia, beef from Alberta, wheat from Saskatchewan, pork from Manitoba, ice wine from Ontario, maple syrup from Quebec, blueberries from New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, and potato products from Prince Edward Island and Newfoundland and Labrador, just to name a few. Opening up new markets for our fish and seafood industry means more opportunities for salmon, halibut, lobster, clams, mussels, and snow crab, supporting close to 76,000 Canadian jobs based mostly in rural and coastal regions from coast to coast to coast. And opening up new markets means opportunities for Canadians employed in the diverse and productive resources and manufacturing sectors from across the country, such as aerospace, chemical, cosmetics, industrial machinery, medical devices, information and communications technologies, metals and minerals, pharmaceuticals, and plastics. The benefits of the CPTPP don't stop there, Mr. Speaker. The agreement will also provide Canadian companies, service providers, and investors alike with transparency, predictability, and certainty in their access to CPTPP markets throughout its dedicated chapters covering trade and services and investment. The CPTPP will provide preferential access for Canada's service providers across a broad range of sectors, including legal, architectural, engineering, transportation, environmental, education, and financial services. This access will be further supported by what is called a ratchet mechanism, which locks in the level of market access provided to Canadian services provider under the CPTPP. This, combined with provisions on national treatment and most favored nation treatment, means that Canada's access to CPTPP services markets can only improve over time as our partners implement policies towards greater liberalization, including when they complete FTA negotiations with other countries around the world. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about some of the more progressive elements of the CPTPP that support our government's commitment to ensuring that the benefit of trade are widely shared. I want to talk about these because these issues have been at the heart of pushback on trade. On labour rights, for example, the CPTPP includes a dedicated chapter which enhances workers' rights and ensures that economic development does not come at its expense. It also encourages parties to promote equality and elimination of discrimination against women in the workplace. When we truly level the playing field, we give more people the confidence to compete and succeed, and the reassurance that comes from knowing that government has their backs. I know, Mr. Speaker, I only have 1 minute left. So, in closing, I just want to say that Canadians recognize there's no better time for our economy than now to diversify our markets. And our government is committed to expanding market access for our businesses, for our workers, and ensuring that we, at the same time, uphold values that Canadians care deeply about. It's really important that the House passes this bill as quickly as possible, and I call on my Senate colleagues that I'm willing to work with them, and our government is ready to assist them in passing this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've never heard such an impassioned plea for jobs to leave our country. And what we've heard from the Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. Speaker, is that he approves of the 58,000 jobs that are going to leave our country under the signing of this, and not only approves of it, but wants us to speed it up, which Liberals and Conservatives have joined hands to do today so that they can further harm our auto sector, our farmers, our dairy farmers, our supply managed farmers. So I don't think it's something to be incredibly proud of today, Mr. Speaker. And I will say that he mentioned labour. So who's opposed to this deal, Mr. Speaker, and thinks it's bad for working people? The Canadian Labour Congress, Unifor, United Steelworkers, CUPE, UFCW, and I could go on and on and on. Working people are not fooled by flowery speeches in this House that say something's good for working people. The proof is in the pudding, and it's not in here. I'd also like to say that there's broad access that he mentioned for workers to come into our country, and that's true, because in Chapter 12, we've offered that broad access, and for the first time, our building trades are now under threat officially in a trade agreement, which we heard from coast to coast to coast not to sign on to, that it's a dangerous provision. And I would also like to talk, of course, about auto workers, because while we have certainly some provisions in the new Canada-US-Mexico deal that auto is quite happy with, they are very unhappy with the CPTPP. And when he talks about chains being supported, what's going to be harmed are auto supply chains. So I have a very specific question for the Parliamentary Secretary, and I hope it won't be talking points coming back at me, because it will be disrespectful to auto workers. How will the auto side letter in the CPTPP be good for Canada's auto sector?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her question, and I know that Canadians are not surprised when they see the NDP oppose a trade deal. In fact, if you go back to the 1990s talking point that the NDP had, they opposed NAFTA and said that millions of jobs would be lost, and now Canadians know.
Just want to remind the honourable members that the rules, last time I read them, was you ask a question, you wait for an answer. You don't ask a question and interrupt the question. So I'll just let the honourable members calm down, and now that I see everything's calmed down, I'll let the honourable Parliamentary Secretary proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I respect my honourable colleague's opinion. I'm just saying that Canadians are not surprised that the NDP is once again opposing a trade deal and again, once again fear-mongering and misleading Canadians by saying thousands of jobs will be lost. But I do respect where she's coming from, and we have a disagreement. We disagree that on Canada's economy depends on trade, and free trade is good for Canada's economy, good for workers. I want to answer my honourable colleague's question. In fact, I was present at committee when she asked officials there about the side letters within this agreement that Canada was able to secure. She asked them about whether these letters are binding or not binding. She asked about labour rights. She asked about non-tariff barriers. And officials who are non-political, Mr. Speaker, assured her that these side letters are enforceable. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands. We have time for a very
Thank you very
brief
much,
question.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech today. And I, in particular, liked to see how he highlighted the fact that Canada is a trading nation and that we have so many trading partners. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only country with free trade agreements with every country in the G7 because we respect and appreciate the fact that trade relationships are important. Given the climate and the political environment that exists today, I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can comment on how important it is to make sure that we continue to diversify our trading relationships so that we have many different trading partners as opposed to an approach where we would just be doing our primary trading with one partner.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent question. He is right. Canada and Canadians know this, that Canada is a trading nation. Millions of jobs depend on our ability to trade with other nations. And we, as in Canada, recognize today more than ever that it is really important that we cannot depend solely on one customer for our goods and services. Therefore, Canadians support the idea of opening up access to new markets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in the House today on behalf of my constituents in the great riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke to be part of the debate ushering in a cornerstone of the legacy of Prime Minister Stephen Harper. And I start by recognizing the hard work over the past decade by our world-class trade negotiator and Prime Minister Harper, whose vision led this Parliament to pass a record number of free trade agreements. The path to reaching the comprehensive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership began under our previous Conservative government. And we would not be here today were it not for the hard work and heavy lifting by Canada's longest-serving and easily argued the best Minister of International Trade in decades, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford. Canada's consumers, entrepreneurs, farmers, miners and manufacturers will benefit under this agreement thanks to the hard work of the member from Abbotsford. For my constituents who faithfully followed the speeches in Parliament and anyone else watching at home, it's necessary to explain the importance of trade and what this trade agreement is all about. Trade agreements are important because 1 out of every 5 Canadian jobs depends on international trade, and these essential trading relationships help generate 60% of our nation's wealth as measured by gross domestic product. CPTPP is a comprehensive agreement for a trans-Pacific trade partnership. It is the current version to the trade agreement with countries of the Pacific Rim signed by our previous Conservative government. It includes 11 countries: Australia, Brunei, Canada, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam. It was signed in March of this year, and after the Prime Minister's failures on the North American trade agreement, there now seems to be some attention to trade agreements, which has been lacking by this government. The sense of urgency to pass Bill C-79 and now ratify the CPTPP may be a result of concessions by the Liberal Party to give a foreign country, in this case the United States, veto power over who Canada can sign a trade agreement with. Vietnam, one of the signatories to the CPTPP, is considered a non-market economy. The Liberals, under the terms of the botched NAFTA renegotiation, surrendered Canadian sovereignty. As a result, the United States could exercise the power given to them by the Liberal Party and veto our participation in the CPTPP because of the presence of Vietnam. It did not have to be this way. If the current government had taken the need to be proactive in seeking out new markets for Canadian products seriously, this agreement, which was handed to the current government ready to go, would be in place now, and we would not have to be having this debate so late in the game. Hopefully, after the botched negotiations with the Americans over NAFTA, the Conservative Party, Canada's government-in-waiting, will help this bumbling government get the job done with the trade agreement we handed to them ready to be signed. CPTPP reduces the tariffs in countries representing 13% of the global economy, or a total of $10 trillion. The Peterson Institute for International Economics estimated that the Pacific Rim Trade Agreement version signed by our previous Conservative government would boost Canadian income by over $20 billion over the next decade. The agreement comes into force 60 days after at least 6 signatory countries ratify it, and the deadline to ratify it is February of 2019. After that, we lose our first mover advantage, the way Canada lost out when we came in after the U.S. and Mexico signed a trade agreement to replace NAFTA. Canada will have to play catch-up with the other signatory countries if we continue to delay. Canadians are indeed fortunate of all the heavy lifting done by the previous Conservative government on this trade agreement. Many Canadians I spoke to in the last several months were convinced the Liberal hidden agenda on NAFTA was to fail. The decision by the Liberal Party to sell out to Canadian agricultural producers, in this case dairy farmers, by failing to protect farmers, consumers, and taxpayers during trade negotiations with our largest trading partner is only more bad news for Canadians already suffering from huge debt and huge taxation levels. The sellout was inevitable, considering how badly the Canadian-American relationship has been mismanaged. The Liberal Party responded to the election pledge by the U.S. President to rewrite the North American Free Trade Agreement with a $20 million gift to the Clinton Foundation. Yes, the same U.S. political presidential candidate, Hillary Clinton, who is tapped to participate in the controversial pay-to-play Cash for Access fundraisers favored by the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party put partisan interests above the good of Canada. Canadian control of Canada's food supply and the efficient use of resources to deliver nutritious, high-quality product from the farm gate to the consumer's kitchen table is at the core of Canada's supply management system. Farmers have not recovered from the last attack on their livelihoods made last summer when the Liberal finance minister started to change the tax laws to make it easier to lose the family farm to foreigners and corporations than it was to pass the family farm on to the next generation. Now, while Conservatives support the family farm as the heart of rural life, food security, just like border security, is a low priority for the selfie Prime Minister, who's obsessed with himself. Conservatives have negotiated dozens of trade deals without losing supply management. We have never been in such a weak negotiating position where supply management could be used as barrier to a trade deal. If Canadian food security was a sticking point to an agreement, that is an indictment of the current government and the extraordinarily weak position it's left Canada in. Hundreds of thousands of Canadian jobs and the overall health of our country depend on trade. This is why Canadians are so fortunate to have had this trade agreement we're discussing today to have been negotiated by our previous Conservative government. A Conservative government would never have been so disrespectful to someone like the political leader of our largest trading partner, whose goodwill so many Canadian jobs depend upon. The United States is Canada's most important trading partner. 20% of Canada's GDP is tied to our commercial relationship with the United States, and over 74% of Canadian exports go to the United States. The member for Toronto University Rosedale should have known better than to appear on a panel with extremists that featured a video slandering the U.S. president right in the middle of sensitive trade negotiations. As Global Affairs Minister, she should have been instructed that the fine art of diplomacy does not tolerate amateurs. The livelihoods of families are at stake. Canadians cannot afford a government that puts its own political interests ahead of the country's economy and Canadian jobs. Conservatives believe in clean air, low taxes, and good jobs in a healthy economy. A clean environment and good-paying jobs are only possible when people are treated with respect. The gains Canadians made from the hard work of our previous Conservative government to cut taxes for all Canadians and successfully negotiate favourable new trade deals are being undone by this Liberal spending government. In their zeal to undo our Conservative legacy on justice for victims, funding for our military, and cutting taxes for low-income Canadians, first and foremost, trade was ignored. Only now has the Liberal Party seen the wisdom in the Conservative policy to pursue multiple trade agreements. The Liberals opposed Conservative cuts to the GST and HST and now propose a bogus carbon tax, which is nothing more than an HST on steroids. A tax is a tax is a tax. And excessive taxation kills Canadian jobs. Conservative trade policy creates jobs. With the CPTPP, this government has embraced our Conservative legacy on trade, and we can be thankful we're passing CPTPP now because the economic future of Canada does not look good under this Liberal spending government. The regressive left have never believed in free trade. Auto workers and pensioners in places like Windsor and St. Catharines tell me they're in mortal fear of losing their jobs and any hope of a comfortable retirement when the carbon tax hits their households. Our Conservative government pursued trade deals among our allies and developing democracies with so much energy because of our vision for Canada and with the confidence Conservatives have in Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking the member for bringing up the member from Abbotsford and his work in this because, yeah, you know, I think it's fair to say that this is a process that started under the former government. This government took over that process, and together we were able to, through the work of both parties, be able to produce a good result for Canadians at the end of the day. And there's nothing wrong with every once in a while saying that we agree on something and that we're supportive of each other and that we're working for the same goal. But my question to her is, towards the beginning of her speech, she said, we're trying to ram this through the House, yet moments ago she just voted in favor of a time allocation motion on this. So how can she say that we're trying to ram it through the House, yet she was also just supportive of a time allocation motion on this to force a vote on it?
Well, member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just because they've been so truant in getting this bill forward doesn't mean that we're going to rule it through without serious debate and letting Canadians know what it's all about. And hopefully it will be passed before the failure of the new agreement with the U.S. And Mexicans comes to pass. And the threat of this TPP deal going by the wayside as a consequence of it.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. J'aimerais informer l'honorable.
I would like to inform the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert that I apologize that I cannot recognize him today. I think in a few days he will have permission to speak in the House.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the colleague and the speech she made and a lot of the things she brought forward. So one of the things she did mention was some of the people who she has worked with before and some of the hard work they have done with trade agreements. I wonder if she could just comment, because she would have known well their history and some of the work they did. And our minister, who is not in the House, former minister is not in the House today, but who did a lot of work on that, maybe she could remind us of some of the tremendous work that he did.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Was very instrumental in this trade agreement, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. He managed to, in the middle of fighting an election, get this trade agreement signed. Took time away from his own campaign, and thank goodness, not only got the job done on the TPP, but won his election as well. I'd also like to mention Jerry Ritz, who is a very effective trade minister, and we all worked together on the European trade agreement, the comprehensive agreement, and I'll talk about real consultation. Those ministers go to small communities, not just Toronto and Ottawa and Montreal, and they call in the farming sectors and the other sectors who are going to be impacted potentially by any agreement. Listen to the concerns, take the concerns, and that's what they did. They took the concerns into consideration before they started the negotiating, and that's why we're in a position to pass a trade agreement successfully at this point.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon West. We have time for a very brief question, if she doesn't mind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will make it brief. I would like to ask my honourable colleague, since the CPTPP includes investor-state provisions, which do allow investors to sue Canada for regulating, in the public interest on issues like health and the environment, I wonder through you, Mr. Speaker, why does the member support such an agreement with such harmful provisions? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, 1 second. No, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it doesn't matter what I did say in my speech or didn't, and I certainly didn't touch on anything that she's just asking about. The point is the NDP would find something wrong with any trade agreement because they don't agree with it. Over the weekend, I was speaking to people who work in the auto manufacturing sector, workers from the line, and even the ones who don't work on the line, but were worried about their neighbors and family members who do, and their own businesses, how they would be impacted if the Mexican-U.S.-Canadian trade agreement didn't go through last weekend. And they said, you know, it's so important, not just this one, but it's so important that we had other agreements with other countries so that we can still build autos to go to other places and maybe not have a ghost town in Windsor.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House to support Bill C-79 today, the implementation of the Comprehensive Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership. You know, Mr. Speaker, we live in unprecedented times. Steadfast relationships that we've had for years are being challenged. Ideologies taking the place of facts and compromise. Trust in international institutions and agreements are reaching a new low. But these pillars, which are threatening us as never before, are really the source of Canada's success, both diplomatically and economically. Canada's got a proud history organizing multilateral agreements and ensuring that they'll bring more than just military or economic security. Lester B. Pearson once said about NATO that it should promote the economic well-being of peoples and to achieve social justice, thereby creating an overwhelming superiority of moral, material, and military force on the side of peace and progress. Mr. Speaker, trade agreements like NAFTA and CPTPP are an excellent example of what Lester Pearson was talking about. In the time that I have today, I'd like to delve into the importance of trade to the future of Canada. The CPTPP is a major trading bloc comprising 11 countries, representing 495 million people, with a combined GDP of 13.5% of the overall global GDP. This is where the next century of growth will occur, and the CPTPP is a bridge for Canadian goods and services into this important and expanding market. Mr. Speaker, Canada is the 5th largest agricultural exporter in the world, and the industry employs 2.3 million Canadians. That's 1 in 8 jobs in Canada. When the CPTPP enters into force, more than 3/4 of agriculture and agri-food products will benefit from immediate duty-free treatment, with tariffs on many other products to be phased out over time. This is very important for my riding of Guelph, which is an agricultural centre for Canada, both in research and in production. This is going to create new market access across opportunities for Canadian pork, beef, pulses, fruit and vegetables, malt, grains, cereals and animal feeds, maple syrup, wines from Niagara, spirits, processed grain, and sugar. CPTPP will eliminate 100% of the tariffs on Canadian fish and seafood products. The vast majority of tariffs will be eliminated immediately, while a smaller number will be phased out over a period of up to 15 years. Tariff eliminations will make Canadian exports for a wide range of products such as salmon, snow crab, herring roe, lobster, shrimp, sea urchins, and oysters, all that more competitive, while at the same time providing protein to a growing part of the world. Coupled with Canada's new Oceans Protection Program, which will help preserve and sustain Canada's coastal waters and fish stocks, the CPTPP will also offer Canadian fisheries a sustainable industry that can supply these growing Asian markets. Mr. Speaker, the CPTPP will benefit more than just Canada's agricultural sector. This agreement offers plenty of opportunities for Canadian industry. Under this agreement, 100% of the tariffs on industrial goods and consumer products will be eliminated. The majority of Canadian industrial goods exported to CPTPP countries will be duty-free immediately upon entry into force of this agreement, with most of the remaining tariffs on industrial goods to be eliminated over 10 years. And Guelph is home to Japanese-based employers, Hitachi Construction Trucks, Denso Manufacturing, and even the Sleeman Brewery is owned by Sapporo from Japan. This provides us excellent business connections by one of the key countries in the CPTPP. Canada, being one of the first of the 6 signatories and core supporter of the Comprehensive and Progressive Deal that was renamed by Canada, would be sure further a win for Canadian businesses and put us where we need to be. Just as we cannot delay in getting this stable national democracy without progress in living standards, likewise we cannot have one world at peace without general social and economic progress. The recently announced LNG development project includes Japanese partner Mitsubishi, showing Japan's commitment to investing in Canada's energy market to provide them a stable and trusted future supply of energy that has 25% less CO2 per energy content than diesel and half the CO2 to BTU that bituminous coal has. The $40 billion investment is Canada's largest external investment in the history of our country. The CPTPP has measures to promote civil society and address concerns around labor and the environment. There is an entire chapter on labor and basic workers' rights, rights guaranteed in the 1998 Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work, must be reflected in law and practice for member nations. This includes the elimination of child labor, forced labor, discrimination, and the respect of freedom of association and the right to bargain collectively. Provisions in this chapter are also enforceable. The CPTPP agreement includes provisions to enhance environmental protection in this region and to address global environmental challenges, which is one of the most ambitious outcomes negotiated by Canada to date. Provisions in this chapter are enforceable through the dispute settlement mechanism of the agreement. Again, another first for Canada. Another way the CPTPP promotes the well-being of the middle class in Canada and the other nations involved is through a standalone chapter on small and medium-sized businesses in the text of the treaty, a first for any Canadian trade deal. This chapter includes provisions to ensure that SMEs have access to information specifically tailored for their use, making it significantly easier for Canadian SMEs to explore and navigate the CPTPP markets and to develop trade with those nations. It also includes an enforceable provision on state-owned enterprises to promote fair business practices. Mr. Speaker, the world needs more Canada. Canada must use all the tools available to bring positive change to the global community. To confine ourselves simply to the diplomatic sphere denies us one of the most powerful levers at our disposal, namely our economy. Trade agreements are an excellent way for achieving these goals that build on economic growth, they include social and environmental progress, and at the same time they benefit the middle class in the nations involved. Once the CPTPP enters into force, it will be one of the largest free trade agreements in the world, and it will provide enhanced market access to key Asian markets. But it's also part of a suite of agreements that we have around the world that includes CETA, with us trading with Europe, and now includes the new USMCA agreement that's in stages of development with the United States, and hopefully will be coming into force in the near future. Canada must be part of all these agreements, and actually we're actually the only G7 country that is a part of all these agreements, that gives us the opportunity to grow our manufacturers, our farmers, our intellectual properties, reach new markets, benefit Canada both economically but also socially and environmentally. I'm looking forward to supporting this motion in the next little bit, and I'm looking forward to helping in whatever way I can through the businesses and the people in Guelph. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And I think here on this side of the House that we'll be supportive. But I wanted to ask him an important question. A couple weeks after the current government was elected, the Prime Minister literally was down in Manila for the first APEC summit with Mr. Obama. And Mr. Obama was quoted as saying the U.S. and Canada will soon be signatories to the original TPP. And Mr. Obama actually asked the PM to ratify the deal as soon as possible. But in that time, the Prime Minister wasn't in a hurry. He said the deal was, made by a previous government, that he had to consult about it. And now this week we've got two deals. We've got the TPP or the CPTPP, and then we have this new deal with the Americans. And I was wondering, in hindsight, does the member think that instead of, dithering on that first deal, would it have been better for Canada if we actually had the original TPP? Or does he think the situation we're in right now, where we've lost quite a bit in this new Canada, U.S., Mexico deal, if that's going to be a better situation with two separate agreements?
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, and thank you to the honourable member across the way for the question. It gives me a chance to highlight that we didn't rush into the deal in terms of a TPP. We wanted a comprehensive package which included safeguards on labor, on safeguards on protecting women in the workforce, safeguards on the economy and the environment going hand in hand. So rather than rushing into that deal, we worked through the comprehensive part of that, and actually were successful in renaming it a comprehensive deal. And in fact, same as with the deal we have this week with the United States and Mexico, we also negotiated comprehensive elements into that, which reflects the Canadian culture, our nature, and where we want to see the world heading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Like Guelph, Saint-Hyacinthe is a main agricultural teaching area, and I represent a riding where we have a very diversified agricultural sector. My colleague listed various sectors that will benefit from the TPP, and some of those sectors are in my riding. But I think it's unfortunate that we are committing to an agreement where producers are pitted against each other. Some are benefit and some do not. And I think that isn't good for the cohesion of our areas. I know a poultry importer in my riding, and he's also the president of poultry producers in Quebec. And I'd like to quote something that he said about this partnership. He said that overall, implementing the TPP will bring about the loss of more than 2,200 jobs and a decrease in $150 million in our contribution to Canada's GDP. That was from the Poultry Association. So I would like my colleague to tell me what he would say to producers, whether they be poultry or dairy farmers. What would he say to those producers who will be penalized by this partnership?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member across the way, and thank her also for welcoming the Agriculture Committee when we visited her riding in the last few months. It was great to see her interacting with the agriculture industry in her riding, and I know that's part that she's very passionate about. What I would say to the people that are working in the poultry industry is that we're looking at a 2.1% change in quota coming in from other countries through the CPTPP. That'll be phased in over a period of 5 years, beginning in 5 years, and then it'll be phased in over another period of 15 years. So it's important for them to understand that a light switch isn't being turned on and immediately these changes happening, which will give us an opportunity to develop value-added markets. And if we can do value-added processing of chicken or poultry products, it gives us an enormous opportunity to ship those value-added products to the CPTPP countries. And I think in the long run, we'll see a great benefit for Canadian producers, even the ones that are within supply-managed sectors, as we develop more value-add opportunities for Canadian businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this afternoon and talk about the TPP. And I think before I begin, I'd like to recognize a few members of Parliament who aren't here that made tremendous strides for this country on trade. I know there's a tremendous number of people inside the negotiating team, but certainly our former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, and former Agriculture Minister Jerry Ritz, and of course our former Trade Minister, who's still a member of Parliament here. I know those three individuals worked tirelessly to make sure that we brought this deal home in 2015. But if we go back to the trade deals that were accomplished from 2005-06 all the way up to 2015, there's a tremendous number of trade deals, and certainly with TPP, it was right in the midst of the election when it was when the agreement was signed. The beginnings of it actually dated back a decade ago now, and of course we entered in 2012. And so important to add the population that we have tariff reductions to, and 500 million people to have access, and it's tremendous. And so in my area of here in Bruce County, of course, we produce a lot of beef, a lot of pork, and a lot of different commodities that will be cash crop commodities that will be sold in those different countries. And the reduction in tariffs obviously make us very competitive, competitive against the United States, competitive against Brazil and Argentina and different countries that we compete on. No one can compete with us on quality and reliability with all those products, but certainly those other countries are growing all those different commodities. So we know in Japan and Vietnam and Malaysia we'll see some really big uptick immediately when this deal finally gets ratified, and it'll be great for our producers, and it will be quite exceptional. I know there's the other areas, manufacturing, etc., where there'll be benefits, but in our area it will be good. And if you look at it, it truly is a trade deal where you would expect the traditional trade deal to look like. There's give and take, but at the end of the day, all the countries are winners, and we're really making progress on that front. And I think back to that time, and I think back to what a quote was from the chair of Dairy Farmers of Canada at that time, and he said that supply management is set up for the next generation. I mean, that's a quote that goes back from the 2015 election after TPP, that TPP deal was signed. So it was a deal where we were able to make some concessions on our supply managed front to a point that they could accept, but at the same time pursue the interests of our non-supply agricultural sectors and have tremendous gains. But I would like to say, today I called a few agricultural processors in my riding looking for quotes and to see if they'd like to make some quotes on what they see as the future of this Trans-Pacific Partnership deal. They wouldn't give me any. What did they want to talk about today? What did they want to talk about today was the U.S. Mexico-Canada agreement. That's what they wanted to talk about. They didn't want to talk about TPP. And they were furious. And they were furious on a number of different levels, and they were furious at the Prime Minister. And so I tried to get them to give me a quote on TPP and maybe throw me something out there on Japan or Vietnam or something that they would see. They didn't want to talk about that. They wouldn't give me, in fact, they did give me a quote, and it was a quote regarding the Prime Minister currently, and I'm sure, Madam Speaker, you'd throw me right out of the House if I used all the words the one individual gave me. So they're furious, and what they're saying is the trade deals are fine. The trade deals are good. We'll make good use of them. But until the Prime Minister wakes up and realizes the taxation disparity that we have now between the United States and us, the red tape issues that we have in this country that have been brought on and are going to continue to grow with this Prime Minister and this government, and the bureaucracy. That's what they all wanted to talk about today. So this trade deal, obviously we'll be supporting the TPP trade deal, but on the United States, Mexico, Canada, I said to one person today, it's got so bad in the negotiations we couldn't get the C in front of the M in the name. You'd think at least we could have, the Prime Minister could at least have got the C in front of the M. Buy America provisions, steel and aluminum tariffs, IP protection, further IP protection, pharmaceuticals, concessions on supply management that it appears that none of them are going to ever be happy with. And so for those rural members of Parliament in the government benches, the Liberal benches, there are a couple, I'm waiting to hear something from them. I'm waiting to hear them stand up for their farmers. And I think the hard pill to swallow for the supply managed sector farmers is that we didn't get anything. At least if we could have went to them, or the government could have went to them and said, hey, we took this, we had to do this, we had to do a few concessions here, but look at what we got. We got more than we could ever imagine. It didn't happen, and I know the Prime Minister's been asked about 27 times in question period, list one tariff or one concession you got out of the U.S. administration, and his hair almost lights on fire because he can't think of one. And so, I mean, to think you spend 13 months and you have nothing to show for except a really bad deal because you didn't even get anything dealt with on Buy America. I mean, the hypocrisy with Wisconsin is they wanted access for their dairy farmers to Canada, yet they're one of the biggest Buy American states in the United States. So you at least think the Prime Minister or one of the people on the trade team would say, well, let's see. Maybe we can have a few percentage points here on access for dairy, but in return, you guys are going to have to take Buy America out of the equation. Let's give us something. So I would say for the Liberals, you're lucky that Stephen Harper got this one to the finish line for you. But I'm going to tell you, this U.S. deal is your baby, and you didn't even get it to the 1 yard line in your own end. So.
Remind the member he's to address the questions to the chair and not to the individual party or the members.
First time, I
apologize. Yeah. It being 5:34, pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the report stage of the bill now before the House. La mise aux voix porte sur la motion numéro 1.
The vote is on motion number 1, and this vote applies to 2 and 4 to 7.
Ms. Benson moved that Bill C-79 be amended by deleting Clause 7. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it.
Le vote par appel nominal sur la...
The recorded vote is deferred.
par appel nominal s'appliquera également aux motions.
This vote will also apply to 2 and 4 to 7.
May, Saanich Gulf Island, seconded by Ms. Posey, move that Bill C-79 be amended by deleting Clause 9. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter ce...
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor in the motion will please say yay.
No. In my opinion, the noes have it. The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions at the report stage of the bill. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
The question is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 2 and 4 to 7. Motion number 1, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Ms. Benson, moved that Bill C-79 be amended by deleting Clause 7. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Retournez à Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Traeger.
Ms. Traeger.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-est île des Sœurs.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Chiefcake.
Mr. Chiefcake.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Ratanzi.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Edcouri.
Mr. Elcouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, La Métis Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahoda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
We're on the nays. We're on the nays.
We're on the nays.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mrs. Deadted.
Mr. Deadted.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Tayyaf.
Mr. Abu Tayyaf.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Wawa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lozon Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Bernier.
Yeas pour 42, 42. Nays contre 232, 232.
I declare motion number 1 defeated. I therefore declare motions numbers 2 and 4 to 7 defeated. La prochaine mise au voix porte sur la motion.
The next question is on motion number 3. Ms. May, Sanders Gulf Islands, seconded by Ms. Posey, moved that Bill C-79 be amended by deleting Clause 9. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
You will find to apply the result of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal vote members voting opposed.
That's a great idea.
Hope.
We agree to apply, and Conservative members will be voting no.
What the hell is
We do not agree to apply the vote.
There you go. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion voient.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Hager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île des Sœurs.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Enna de Sangre.
Mr. Annan Sagari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoda.
Mr. Lamoda.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruza.
Ms. DeBruza.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Edcoudi.
Mr. Alcouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Matisse, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Bessis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robial.
Mr. Robial.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelm.
Ms. Vandenbelm.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Saeed.
Mrs. Saeed.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Yeas pour 42, 42. Nays contre 232, 232.
I declare the motion number 3 defeated.
As it follows, Mr. Carr, seconded by Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, moves that Bill C-79, an act to implement the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership between Canada, Australia, Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monseth.
Ms. Monseth.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sages.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est Île des Sœurs.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoda.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon gets no.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Van Dal.
Mr. Van Dal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeMont.
Ms. DeMont.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Curie.
Mr. Curie.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser. West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakinov.
Mr. Yakinov.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Spingaman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Aid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Dedted.
Mr. Delton.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abutayef.
Mr. Abutayef.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormartunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Strauss.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Pell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Yeas pour 232, 232. Nays contre 42, 42.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House? Agreed. It being 6:32, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Madame the Député, consideration of motion M190, instruction to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development on skilled workers, standing in the name of Mr. Fonseca.
Can I ask you to...
Order. I encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies or to have a seat or something, but we should carry on. Mr. Fonseca, seconded by Mr. Tabera, moves that the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be instructed to undertake a study on the labor shortages of the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area to consider, among other things, 1, the challenges associated with a lack of skilled workers in the construction industry, 2, possible recommendations on how to increase construction skill development in the region, 3, analysis of the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Initiatives as a model to address the skilled worker need in the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, and that the committee report its findings to the House within 6 months of the adoption of this motion. Debate. The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And Speaker, I'd like to set the stage for my motion M190 today. Speaker, our government's so proud of the $180 billion that we're investing in infrastructure. Both our residential and construction sector, as well as our ICI, industrial, commercial, institutional sectors are experiencing tremendous growth. We have an economy that's created 600,000 jobs since we took office. Our unemployment rate is at a 40-year low. LNG, the biggest private sector project in Canada's history, announced yesterday. Our new USMCA trade agreement with the United States and Mexico, in addition to our CETA agreement with Europe and our CPTPP trade deal with our Pacific partners, has put Canada in an enviable position. Indeed. Speaker, our government is seizing the moment, seizing these opportunities and ensuring that everyone, all Canadians, women and girls, men and boys, Indigenous, everyone, Speaker, no matter the color of your skin, your sexual orientation, the place you came from, when you arrived in this country, you could have come here generations ago, you could have arrived yesterday. Speaker, we need all Canadians at their best so that they can take advantage of these tremendous opportunities and can contribute as a collective and personally to this prosperity. All the while growing our middle class and those working hard to join it. Today, I'm putting forward Motion 190, aimed at addressing the ongoing challenges that the construction industry is facing due to a lack of skilled labor in the sector within the Greater Toronto Hamilton area, the GTHA. I'd like to see recommendations that can be put forward along with an analysis of M39, the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Project, as a template, and the use of permanent immigration to assist in addressing this huge challenge. Madam Speaker, the homes we live in, the businesses where we work, our hospitals, our schools, our roads, bridges, underground sewers and pipes, all of those places are built by construction workers. It's hard work. When temperatures on a work site can be as much as 30 below or 30 above, rain, snow, sleet, it's in many cases back-breaking work for the men and women who build up our cities, towns, and villages. Brick by brick, block by block, stone by stone, these construction mid-level skilled trades like bricklayers, form workers, framers, carpenters, they're the backbone of the construction industry, and they're in short supply across the country. But the shortage is exacerbated especially in the high-growth Greater Toronto and Hamilton area. These are good-paying, family-sustaining jobs, Speaker. But Canadian parents and schools are just not encouraging our kids to get into, as I like to say, the mud on your boots, dirt in your fingernails type of work. Speaker, I've listened to stakeholders, labor leaders, workers, contractors, and industry advocates, together whom expressed major concerns in regards to a severe labor shortage of qualified employees. With an increased labor shortage, businesses are not only hampered momentarily, but also have significant difficulty planning for future growth. This motion is geared towards providing residents of my riding of Mississauga East Cooksville, the GTHA, and all of Canada for that matter, with a plan for sustainable economic growth in the construction sector. The GTHA is home to a thriving construction industry. The construction sector has become Canada's biggest job generator in percentage terms, consisting expanding and currently accounting for almost 5% of the entire Canadian labour market. Over the next 50 years, StatsCan projects that the population will grow, reaching an estimated 51 million by 2063. This projected increase in population will continue to drive construction demand for years to come. However, there is a critical shortage of skilled labour that is currently happening. It's expected that across Canada, a quarter of the entire construction workforce will retire in the next 10 years. Just in Ontario, the mismatch in skills is projected at a $24.3 billion loss in foregone gross domestic product and $3.7 billion lost in provincial tax. Besides foregone revenue, the labour shortage has far-reaching consequences for an industry that accounts for 6% of Ontario's GDP. As the Canadian population ages and more people are set to retire, it's estimated around 87,000 construction workers will retire within these next 10 years. That's nearly 20% of Ontario's construction workforce. Looking forward, an aging workforce and retirements will account for a higher share of new job openings over the next decade. While the age profile of the Ontario population is growing older, natural population growth plus immigration to the province should help sustain overall population growth across this scenario period. Nevertheless, the pool of available local youth entering the workforce is in decline, while retirements are on the rise. Construction employment in Ontario has increased by approximately 200,000 workers since 1997 and now accounts for 6.9% of total employment here in Ontario. However, at the pace the industry is growing, it will not only need to replace the retiring personnel, it will need to attract additional workers, with estimates ranging from 20 to 80,000 new recruits needed by 2027 to keep up the demand in Ontario alone. The current apprenticeship system that we have needs to be analyzed in depth. Multiple studies have shown that the completion rates of apprenticeships are roughly only 50%, with half not persisting. Currently, a distortion exists between youth, skills, and skilled trades. The nature of employment is currently changing. However, the skilled trades will continue having a strong labour demand for the long foreseeable future. Skills Canada has stated that it estimates that in the next 10 years, 40% of new jobs will be in the skilled trades. But only 26% of young people aged 13 to 24 consider pursuing a career in the skilled trades. Skilled trades tend to be a second choice for most, with routes to university and college seen as that preferred path. Well, Speaker, there has to be a concerted effort in demonstrating that trades are an equal route to personal success and satisfaction, an equal first choice for our youth. Demand in the construction industry is expected to grow in the foreseeable future. Speaker, here's from a number of surveys that have been done with large and small contractors. They indicate that 32% of the contractors expect to be doing a lot more business in 2018 compared to 2017, while 51% will be doing at least the business they were doing last year or more. So, Speaker, we're talking about well north of 80% of these businesses, these construction businesses, are saying there's a robust sector. They need more workers. They need skilled labor. Studies all point to a confident, healthy construction sector, but is experiencing a crisis when it comes to hands on the job that they need. Additionally, there will be a continued demand due to immigration growth, government affordable housing programs, climate change mitigation, maintenance, renovations, restoration work. You know, to all the members here, we've seen it all around this hill, all the work that is happening. And we thank those workers for building up our workplace here. It's an impressive study of the labor shortage in order to create policies that we need that will enable the construction sector to thrive and continue providing good, well-paying jobs for Canadians. The incentive towards having young people pursue careers in the skilled trades may take time to catch on and to be implemented. There needs to be a policy implemented that will ensure continuity between a generation of retiring skilled laborers and the construction industry's increasing demand for that skilled labor. In just 4 years from now, there will be more seniors than youth, while by 2030, there will be just 2 people in the workforce for every one that is retired. This demographic shift that is beginning to take place will have a drastic impact upon the labor market, especially evident in the construction sector. Critics argue that the skills shortage is exaggerated, as there remains youth unemployment within Canada. Yet, all these professional associations, those that are on the ground, along with industry professionals, all agree that there is a shortage within the workforce that will only continue to grow. Unemployment among older and experienced workers is at an all-time low, with numbers dipping under 3%. This trend's indicative of that older workers are staying on longer, while younger ones lack the necessary skills to fill those vacancies. From a policy-making perspective, collaboration with all involved stakeholders is required. Employers, apprentices, journey persons, employees, organized labor, our unions. I want to thank many of them for having had discussions, consultations on this much-needed initiative. The entire scope of the phenomenon needs to be studied. Private members' motion M39, the immigration as a means of growth in Atlantic Canada, was commissioned to study ways to increase and retain immigrants in Atlantic Canada, with an objective of implementing policies that will strengthen the workforce and provide economic growth. Although there are differences between the construction sector and the entire economy of Atlantic Canada, valuable information will become available through that pilot that can assist with this motion. As the construction industry continues on growing, it's also subject to dramatic demographic shifts. Construction has provided opportunities for success for generations of immigrants and Canadians alike. The industry has provided skill-building opportunities while serving as a launching pad for many immigrants coming to Canada in hope of building a better future, helping to construct our homes, and building what is now the primary capital asset of so many Canadians. M190 hopes to address the current challenges that are associated with the lack of skilled labor in the Greater Toronto and Hamilton areas. In the construction sector, I'd like to see recommendations that can be put forward to assist the industry and to look at the Atlantic experience as a template on how to provide the industry with skilled construction workers. Madam Speaker, this is so important, and I know right now it focuses on the GTHA as a containment to see how something like this would be able to work and then be able to be rolled out across a province, across a country. I have spoken to many of the members here in the House, the member for Kitchener South Hespeler, who himself will be speaking to this and has worked within the industry, Madam Speaker, and will bring much experience and bring life to the words that I've been speaking about just now. It is so important when speaking to the members, they tell me about the shortages in their ridings that they're experiencing, and they've brought support to this motion, understanding full well that employers are coming to their offices with the same way that they've come to mine to explain how difficult it is today to find that mid-level skilled labor. And it's available. We have a program today where we have workers that come in as temporary foreign workers. They may stay here for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, Madam Speaker. But what they're looking for really is to be permanent residents, to have a pathway to citizenship. And that's what this motion is all about, looking for recommendations where we can have a stream of immigration in that mid-level construction. We're talking about those bricklayers, those carpenters, those form workers, many of the people that we see out on our roads doing that work. And that is skilled labor. I had somebody say to me once, that, well, what is it? Is a bricklayer really skilled labor? You try going and laying bricks. It is a skilled job, and they do it so well, and they do it very fast. And to fill a gap, because our young people are not getting into the fields today, we need to fill that gap and then encourage young people to understand that these are good-paying jobs. Yes, they're jobs where you're working with your hands, you're out there in the field, but they're good-paying jobs, and they will be jobs forever. We have a very young country, Madam Speaker, 150 years. We're going through a renewal with construction. I hope I have the members' support here for my motion M190. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Excellent speech.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Mississauga East Cooksville for his speech and his impassioned support for the skilled trades. But I would like to ask, you touched on it briefly in your speech, but I've been on his presentation, Madam Speaker. He talked about the reason that he's focusing on the GTA in Hamilton. But I've traveled across Canada, agriculture, hospitality, tourism, all are discussing and showing that this is a huge priority for them and their lack or their inability to access labour. I was wondering if would the honourable member welcome an amendment to expand the scope of this motion to include other areas of Canada other than just the GTA and Hamilton.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member. You know, and to the member, I say yes. I've heard about many other sectors that are also experiencing some labour challenges. When I looked at this private member's motion, I want to ensure that there was a focus, a containment, where there could be a deep study and an understanding to seeing what would be the best way forward to address this labour shortage when it came to construction. Why the GTHA? Partly I live there, and it's where the problem may be, or is that it's biggest. But it was a way to contain this this project so that we can learn, and then it can be, you know, if it was successful, it would be then the opportunity to expand and the possibility of down the road expanding into other sectors if this worked as a model. But at this time, it would be contained to the construction sector, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his presentation, and it's a very important one for sure. But I guess for you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to know to the members, why was it necessary to bring this to the House as a motion? Why wouldn't you do this in committee?
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, first off, I don't sit on one of the committees. I don't sit on HUMA. I don't sit on immigration. I don't sit on those committees. This was through the consultation that I've had with many in the sector. So with labor, be it LIUNA, the carpenters, painters, many of the different organized laborers, the biggest large contractors that are doing many of our roads and bridges, etc. work, also some of our smaller home builders. When they came to me, they would like to see the success that we've had with the Atlantic project and the Atlantic growth strategy that also came through this House as a motion. That was a good model to launch something like this for the construction sector. So we thought this was the best path forward to be able to do this study and then move forward, hopefully, with the program. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener South Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for bringing this motion forward. I know it's very timely. I wanted to ask him about that. The Conference Board of Canada estimated that Ontario will face a shortage of 190,000 skilled workers in 2020, and in 2030, that number will be roughly double. Can the honourable member speak to that and how his motion will be timely to ensure that we fix this problem before it gets any larger? Thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Yeah, I thank my friend, the honourable member, for the question, Madam Speaker, and the member's quite right. I think as I spoke, I talked about a way to fill the gap through a permanent solution. What's not working today is bringing in temporary foreign workers that only stay for a short time, and it's really that's a Band-Aid. What the industry is looking for is a way to fill a huge labour shortage that they have right now, and then be able to train up more of our young people. We need to do a better job in terms of encouraging young people, letting them know the opportunities that are available in this industry, and especially those mid-level type jobs. So what I'm talking about is the farm workers and the carpenters and the painters and the bricklayers. Those are the jobs that they really need filled. And I'll tell you, when somebody comes to this country as a bricklayer, they're going to stay on as a bricklayer for the next 30 or 40 years of their career. They're going to lay bricks, and they're going to become real artisans. We see that in the work that's being done here on the Hill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to welcome this opportunity to speak on M190, the private member's motion brought forward by my colleague from Mississauga East Cooksville. And I will agree with some of his comments, but I will have to disagree with some others. And I will agree on one aspect of the speech he gave this evening, is the fact that we are undervaluing a lot of these careers, whether it's in construction or agriculture, tourism, hospitality. We have to do a much better job of speaking with students when they're in high school, even elementary school, to talk about the incredible opportunities that are available to them in these types of careers. Absolutely, you may be starting in the front lines as a dishwasher or as a laborer, but the opportunities to work your way up the ladder, to be successful in that career and certainly earn a very strong income, I think is something that we have to do a much better job, not only as parliamentarians, as parents, but certainly in concert with industry to ensure that they are getting the word out there with the schools and guidance counselors as part of the curriculum to ensure that these careers are understood of the incredible opportunities they are. Certainly, I grew up in a rural area. The misperceptions when I was younger was that if you wanted to go into skilled trades, that you were making a bad decision. That means you couldn't make it in university or college. But if they only knew the wages that were available in some of those skilled trades, I think my guidance counselor may have given us some different advice. But I do want to talk about the scope of this study, and it concerns me that it is so focused on Toronto and Hamilton. And I think it highlights some issues with this Liberal government, that they become so urban-centric, so GTA-centric. I've spent the last several years traveling across the country, focused mainly on agriculture, but I've spoken to many other industries, and the concern that they have with the inaccessibility of labor. It is a crisis out there. We have some businesses who have closed. I met with a greenhouse operator in BC just last week who closed her vegetable greenhouse because she couldn't get the labor. Many of the other businesses that we've spoken to are at risk of closing because they can't access the labor. The Liberal government set a very high target. They wanted $25 billion or $75 billion in additional agriculture exports by 2025, and that is an amicable goal. That is aspirational. We can do that. Agriculture is ready. However, we're taking away every single tool that they have to be able to reach that goal, and one of those critical pillars is access to labor, which I would like to see this motion be expanded to include other industries, other sectors, and certainly other parts of the country. And I appreciate my colleague's comments about why he focused this on the GTA, but to compare what's going on in the GTA to, say, rural Saskatchewan or Canada's north or the labor shortage in Quebec City, I think is really difficult. There's so many different factors involved in that. I would like to see the scope of this expanded. But he also spoke about, some of the great accomplishments that the Liberal government has had. I find it ironic that he's concerned about the labor shortage, and he talks about the $180 billion infrastructure promise that the Liberal government made in 2015. But yet only 6% of those funds have actually been committed to real projects. We cannot get any of these major infrastructure projects built because the money is not rolling out the door. And then other major infrastructure projects like pipelines, whether it's Trans Mountain now is looking like it's on its very rocky legs. It's hard to get Canadians back to work and get Canadians encouraged about going into the skilled trades if they see none of these projects are actually going to happen. That is disconcerting. We have to ensure that there is a bright future. If we want to ensure that young people understand the value of these jobs, they also have to see that there's an opportunity and a career in these jobs, and that some of these opportunities will be there. And right now, I can sense their frustration that, why should I go into some of these skilled trades, pipe fitter, welding, steel worker, if we can't get any of these infrastructure projects built? And I think that is a critical piece of this, is they have to start showing that they can get these projects done, that they can get the money out the door, and then they can make this a priority. And that is certainly just as obvious and highlighted in rural communities. And that's certainly what I've heard from across Canada in my trips throughout rural Canada, is they are extremely frustrated that they see everything with the Liberal government is urban focused. If you looked at that map that came out by Huffington Post or iPolitics, I think last week, that showed where the vast majority of infrastructure dollars that have been committed, the vast majority is in urban centres. I understand that's where a mass part of the population is, but you can't do that and neglect some of our rural areas at the same time. That's why I think it's important that we expand the scope of this motion and this study at the HUMA Committee, of which I am a very proud member. But you have to look at some of the other issues that are part of this, and that, higher taxes, punitive regulations, surrendering our sovereignty as part of the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement, not being able to remove steel and aluminum tariffs, not be able to get a softwood lumber agreement. All of these have impacts on attracting Canadians to go into these types of careers. They need to understand that there's opportunity there. There's a future there. And right now, with the pace that this is going, Canadians see the writing on the wall. There isn't a future in some of these careers because the jobs simply won't be there long term. And that is extremely disconcerting. And you take a look at Bill C-68 and Bill C-69, regardless of what happens with Trans Mountain, it is very clear if these pieces of legislation go through, we will never have another major infrastructure project built in this country, whether it's a pipeline, a mining operation, or other resource extraction initiatives. It's going to be very difficult to get some of these projects built. And when I speak to some of our stakeholders in agriculture and construction, hospitality, tourism, there's no question their inability to access labor is much beyond a motion at a committee. It is a crisis. They need action on this quickly, not another long-term. And I want to say I will support this. I am going to support this study because I think we can get some really good recommendations out of that. And I want to make sure that's clear as well, as I think it is still worthwhile going through that process. And I hope we do get some real tangible recommendations that will come from this study. But again, we've had businesses close and others at risk of closing. And we heard it at the Agriculture Committee yesterday when we had some farmers and ranchers from across Canada talk about the mental stress that they are under. And one of the reasons they cited for that mental stress is the inability to access labor for their businesses. They are taking on much too much. They are working hard, long hours. And it is difficult going through or navigating the temporary foreign worker and seasonal ag worker program. They've said almost unanimously that over the last 3 years under the Liberal government, being able to navigate these programs has become almost unattainable. And my honourable colleague talked a little bit about the temporary foreign worker program. We have to find a permanent solution to what is a permanent problem. Just tweaking the temporary foreign worker program or making some adjustments to that program is not good enough. We have to have bold changes when it comes to accessing labor. Now, exhausting what resources we have right now to deal with illegal border crossers is not the way to do it. We need to put our focus on processing applications of legitimate immigration, immigrants who are going to be coming to Canada, having a significant positive impact on our economic development. These are people who are going to be filling job vacancies in skilled labor areas where we desperately need those jobs filled. And I think that has to be another part of this discussion, is where do we put our focus on immigration, and how do we access that system, and how do our stakeholders access that system, and how do they get through that process? We have to come through a pathway to Canada. That's what we have to build, and I hope this is going to be part of that. And again, we need bold changes, and I really look forward to working with our stakeholders across Canada as part of this study to come up with a permanent solution to a permanent problem to address the labour crisis that is happening right now across Canada. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to the motion before us, M190. I want to start by laying out exactly what the motion is asking so people can be clear on what is being discussed. The motion directs that the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities to undertake a study on the labour shortages of the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area and to consider 1. The challenges associated with the lack of skilled workers in the construction industry. 2. Possible recommendations on how to increase construction skill development in the region. And 3. the analysis of the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Initiatives as a model to address the skilled worker need in the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, and that the committee report its findings to the House within 6 months of the adoption of this motion. So I want to be clear, Madam Speaker, that we will be supporting the motion, at the second reading, because we believe there is value in doing a study about labor shortages at committee. We will, of course, reevaluate our position once the study is completed. Although I do have a question, Madam Speaker, and I've asked before, why was it necessary to bring this to the House as a motion, and why couldn't it be done and introduced at committee? I also have to wonder, though, why the members sponsoring the motion has limited, as said before by the previous speaker, the scope of the study to just the GT and the Hamilton areas. It seems to me, especially given the lack of data available on labor shortages in Canada, that a more ambitious Canadian-wide study may have been useful and appropriate. Madam Speaker, that in doing my research in preparation to speak to this motion, I did speak to individuals involved in the construction industry in the area under consideration, and found they might have a few quite difference of the motion sponsor. I spoke with several representatives of building trades in the area, and while they would welcome any study about labor shortages in their industry, they are somewhat skeptical of this motion. Their view is that the supply of workers is not the problem. Rather, the problem is the supply of employers willing to pay a fair wage. It is also the view of workers in the industry that there needs to be incentives, good wages, and benefits to attract workers to fields like construction and skilled trades. And in the regions defined in the motions, that's even more critical given the cost of living. I certainly hope the committee will invite the Building Trades Union to be part of any hearings or study that takes place, as they have a great deal of knowledge and expertise with the issues under review. And Madam Speaker, it's my view that we should consider the need for frontline services so that job seekers and employers needing workers can connect. I think we need to consider the importance of providing training and training opportunities, especially in the fields and industries where there might be a shortage of workers. It would also be helpful to look at how the federal government could work in partnership with the provinces to invest in education and training in skilled trades. Of course, ensure that skilled workers are available to meet labor's demands is a responsibility that government should take very seriously. A more sustainable and equitable solution would see Canadian workers, employers, unions, educational institutions, and federal and provincial governments working together strategically to meet our labor goal demands. We have repeatedly urged the government to collect better data to properly assess the labor shortage. Some industries and some regions are far more affected than others, and it's not the same across the country and across sectors. We welcome another study at committee. This is an opportunity to shed light about the labor situation. We need to make sure that labor supply focuses on providing fair wages. As I said earlier, it's unclear whether Toronto and Hamilton are experiencing labor shortages in the construction industry. We can't allow employers in Ontario simply to have another source of cheap labor only to avoid the responsibility to spend on training and wages. The onus should be on the government employers to first invest in training and offer more desirable working conditions and wages to workers before looking to migrant workers to fill jobs. Madam Speaker, in reference to having the committee look at the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program as a model, I would urge caution and would suggest that there are economic reasons why we should oppose the reliance on solving skilled shortages through immigration alone. We need to put an emphasis on training and education our domestic workforce where there are high levels of unemployment, both regionally as well as in many Aboriginal and in particular ethno-cultural communities. Importing skilled laborers must be combined with the development of a strategy for training and developing future skilled workers in Canada to respond to future labor shortages. While we clearly support economic immigration, we should be wary of a narrow over-reliance on immigration as the sole solution to our skills shortages. A better solution would rely on immigration along with developing the skills based on domestic laborers. M190 proposes to study the pilot program as a solution. As of March 2017, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada starting accepting permanent resident applications through the Atlantic pilot programs. Unlike other initiatives, employers are not required to obtain a labor market impact study assessment for jobs offered within the pilot program. The Atlantic program is an employer-driven program, so the employer is the one who's seeking the foreign national to work for them. While this program offers better outcomes than the temporary foreign workers, it has not been able to attract the numbers of workers expected. Additionally, we would want to confirm that there are shortages before omitting the labor market impact assessment. It is important to remember that conservative government actions have distorted wage markets to the point where lower wages will give Canadian workers a further disincentive to seek training. Specifically, they announced that employers can pay temporary foreign workers in high-skilled occupations up to 15% below the market Canadian wage. Before this change, employers had to first attempt to hire Canadian workers at the market wage. If they were not successful, they were permitted to hire a temporary foreign worker at below market wage. This gave employers an incentive to not post a job paying anything above a market wage. The change will add an incentive to post high-skilled jobs at below market rates. In the short run, this will mean a larger supply of labor competing for jobs paying lower wages. In the long run, it would likely put downward pressure on the market wage, which would drive down wages for all workers in high-skilled jobs. Facing the prospect of lower wages, Canadian workers will have less incentive to invest in training or education. This, in turn, may make it even easier for employers to import temporary foreign workers due to the lack of available Canadian labor. Madam Speaker, and I know I'm running out of time, the issue of labor shortages is very important. More study and more data collection is needed to properly assess the situation. Having more information about labor shortages would be useful. So we, the NDP, support a study at committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Kitchener South, Hespeler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to support the motion of my colleague from Mississauga East Cooksville, I believe. The honourable member of Mississauga East Cooksville, skilled workers are the backbone of Canada's economy. The study proposed by this motion will examine ways we can respond to the skilled labour shortage in the Greater Toronto Area and Hamilton area. I worked many construction jobs in the summers when I was in university, so I can speak firsthand on the importance of skilled workers in the construction industry. Before entering to my political career, I actually took electrical engineering at a college level, and I went and worked in the industry as an electrical apprentice for a little while. And actually, as the member mentioned in his speech, about 50% finished their apprenticeship. I actually didn't finish my apprenticeship. I switched to political science at the University of Guelph. So I'm part of probably that 50% that didn't finish the apprenticeship, but I did learn a skilled trade. I'm successful in throughout other jobs that I've done in the past. I've learned how to successfully wire my own basement when I got my first home. So I learned the value of a skilled trade and the importance it can be in one's life. In the next decade alone, Canada anticipates seeing more than 1/5 of its construction labor force retire from the job site, taking their skills with them. In Ontario alone, the construction workforce accounted for 1.6 of its GDP in 2015 and employed 500,000 workers in the construction industry in 2016. Across Canada, more than 1.4 million people work in the construction industry. It's expected roughly 250,000 of those workers will retire in the next 10 years, and only 250 100,000 new entrants will be available to fill the gap, creating a national deficit of 32,000 workers. That figure could climb even higher due to an unexpected increase in the construction activity as Canada's population continues to grow. Canada is facing a serious skilled labour shortage. A number of sources predicted the demand for skilled tradespeople will accelerate in the incoming years. The Globe and Mail reported that Canada faces a shortage of 1 million tradespeople by 2010. The Conference Board of Canada has estimated that Ontario will face a shortage of 190,000 skilled workers by 2020 and projected to rise to 560,000 by 2030. Ontario is losing out on as much as $24.3 billion in economic activity annually because employers cannot find people with the skills they need to innovate, grow in today's economy. According to the Conference Board of Canada, there are 3 possible sources of new construction industry workers in skilled trades: youth, newcomers, and underrepresented segments of Canada's population, such as women and Indigenous people. Bob Collins, the senior economist for BuildForce Canada, recommends relying on new Canadians, the Indigenous population, and women to meet the rising demand for employees in Canada's construction sector. I understand that by 2027, young people entering the workforce will fill only about 10% of the construction jobs. As a member of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, I've always been a strong advocate for economic immigration. In Atlantic Canada, the percentage of workers retiring is expected to reach 25%, which means Atlantic Canadians has a challenge of filling these labour gaps. As a possible solution to this, the committee extensively studied the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Project. In 2017, under the program, New Brunswick sent out job offers to 487 foreign workers and has upped its 2018 quota to 800 people. Meanwhile, Prince Edward Island managed to completely fill its annual allotment of 120 people in 2017 and endorsed 15 people earlier this year. Madam Speaker, here in Ontario, we can adopt lessons from the Atlantic Immigration Pilot. The program can serve as a great model to address the skilled worker shortage in the Greater Toronto area and a 100-kilometre radius of the GTA. In addition, I understand that there are a significant number of tradespeople who came to Canada as temporary workers who, due to the demand for workers, have overstayed their visas. We should be offering a path to permanent residency status for these workers. Conestoga College in my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler is a leader in skilled trades training for women. Through gender-specific programs and opportunities for mentorship, Conestoga has assisted many women and men in pursuing a rewarding career in skilled trades. Non-traditional occupants for women, such as skilled trades, can offer a direct route to a secure and fulfilling future. Construction industry trade unions operate training centers and offer apprenticeships, which should also be supported for their work in trades training for diverse populations. All of these options could be explored by the Standing Committee of Human Resource and Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, and the committee could come forward with recommendation on how to increase construction skills development. Madam Speaker, employment increased by 33,900 in Ontario is second quarter of 2018, with all gains in full-time work. This rise in employment shows that our economy has the potential to grow and that we can find ways to address the labour market shortages in the construction industry. Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot of speeches today from many members from across the aisles. We have a gap, skilled labour gap in the skilled trades. We're concentrating with the member's speech on the GTA in Hamilton, but this goes across all of Canada. We're having this shortage. And as I laid out in my speech, it's going to continue to grow year over year. It's going to be a larger gap, and we're going to have this shortage even larger. And it's going to be a hit to our economy. But if we correct this here, if we get it to committee, if we study it, and we put in measures through education through encouraging more of our population, more of our youth to get into the skilled trades, to get into these well-paid industries. We can correct this now before it becomes a more problem. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I support this motion to address this very real and pressing issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Provincial.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am just very pleased to speak on motion M190 today, introduced by the member of Mississauga East Cooksville. I stand here also as the Deputy Shadow Minister for Employment, Workforce Development and Labour. I'm just so thrilled to work with our previous speaker, the Shadow Minister for Employment, Workforce Development and Labour, the member from Foothills, Alberta. And this is a file that's very important to us, but it's also important, I believe, to all Canadians. There's many challenges in the construction industry, and I want to just give a few statistics before I really delve into what I want to talk about. The Canadian Construction Association says that their sector employs almost 1.4 million Canadians. That's 7% of Canada's total workforce. That's significant. Annual construction is responsible for about $120 billion of economic activity, which is 7% of the overall GDP here in Canada. Construction work in Canada will continue to be a large economic contributor for years to come, and it's essential that all governments support the efforts of the industry, efforts to attract skilled workers and provide workers with the training and the support that they need. As we heard earlier, Madam Speaker, the Liberal government several years ago announced $180 billion of spending into infrastructure. And unfortunately, I'm hearing from many of the contractors in my constituency and in my province that they're not seeing the money. And the statistics we heard earlier was that only 6% of that $180 billion has actually been let and is actually working on real projects. And that's very concerning, Madam Speaker. I want to talk a little bit about my own experience in the construction industry. I am involved in the heavy construction and aggregate industry, and so I have first-hand knowledge. I'm a member of the Manitoba Heavy Construction Association, and I've spent time working on the aggregates committee there as my company is involved in that type of work. It is very, very difficult to attract skilled workers. And I think there's lots of different reasons for that, and I'll touch on that yet. But, you know, to attract apprenticed heavy-duty mechanics, to attract welders, to attract drivers even. The transportation industry in Canada is robust. Some of the largest transporters internationally and also across Canada are located in my riding. And so there is a heavy draw on Class 1 vehicle motor operators. And they also contribute to the construction industry by way of driving gravel trucks and heavy equipment haulers. There's also a serious lack of heavy equipment operators in the construction industry, which contribute to the overall shortage of workers. And one of the things and aspects that is missing is training for a heavy equipment operator. And training is not something that is very accessible. We don't have a program for it in any of our colleges or universities. And oftentimes it's the employer or the job creator that does on-the-job training for heavy equipment operators. This is a direct cost to contractors and to employers, and I think it's something that governments need to look at. The scope of this particular motion has been narrowed by definition in the motion to the GTA and Hamilton areas. And several speakers, including speakers from within the Liberal Party, have indicated that that's a very narrow scope, and there would be good reason and merit to expand the scope of this study to include the construction industry right across Canada. And I think that's something that the member that has presented the motion should consider entertaining, is expanding the scope of the study, because it's not only problematic in the GTA and Hamilton area. In fact, Business Development Bank of Canada says that 40% of Canadian entrepreneurs are already having difficulty finding the workers they need. And I've got some stats from the BDC here. In Ontario, it's 40% exactly. And the member obviously is very aware of that. In British Columbia, it's also at 45%. It's over the 40% in Ontario, 45% of scarcity of workers in British Columbia, and in the Atlantic regions, it's 50%. Quebec is at 37. In the prairies, we actually do a little better. We're at 32%. But there's a significant need for workers in the construction industry, and so I would really encourage the member who's presented this motion to be open to expanding the scope of this study to include all sectors right across Canada. So how does labor shortages affect construction? It's very interesting because contractors are sometimes faced with the problem of not knowing if they'll have adequate labor resources to complete a project, and so they have to bid projects accordingly, and when they do that, the price of a project goes up, and we'll see construction prices rise as entrepreneurs, as contractors have to anticipate that they may not be able to complete the project in a timely basis and on time because of construction labor shortages. And so that's something that we need to look at as well. I think another thing, and it's been mentioned here earlier, is that our trades industry, our trade sectors, our Red Seal programs need to be given proper attention, and that's why when the previous Conservative government rolled out programs that supported the Red Seal training program, that was a program that was very well received, and what that did is that encouraged people to consider the trades, to consider enrolling in colleges, even universities that would train them into trades with the ability to get licensing, to get their Red Seal certification. And our government supported that. We supported it financially for employers and employees to pursue that avenue. And I think if schools, if high schools, if parents would begin to encourage our children that there are very viable, honorable careers in the construction industry, I think we would see more young people actually exploring the idea of participating in the trades. A lot of folks absolutely love working in the trades. And I think if it would be an encouragement that they would receive in schools and from the home, I think we'd see a significant increase in young kids enrolling in trades programs. And so that's something I hope that that this government or that this study will also determine, is that we need to get our youth interested in the trades, and working in the trades is a very good occupational option for a lot of people. I know a lot of people in the heavy construction industry, in the mechanical side of it, whether it's automotive or heavy industrial mechanics. They're making well into the six figures, Madam Speaker, and there's nothing shabby about a six-figure job these days. And I think that's something that most people don't realize is available and very attainable in the trades and in the construction industry. But it does come with one challenge in the construction industry, well, lots of challenges, but another challenge I want to just allude to is the challenge of seasonal work. As you know, we do live north of the 49th parallel, Madam Speaker, and we get winter here. In fact, winter has hit Calgary with record snowfalls already this year. My wife sent me a text this morning showing that we've got snow in southern Manitoba today as well. So, you know what, the construction industry is seasonal. We need to recognize that, and that creates specific challenges not only for getting the work done, but also for employing people in the construction industry. And we have to have programs, we have to have backstops that accommodate the fluctuation in the construction industry, so that people aren't saying, well, I only got work for 6 months of the year, and then I'm going to have to be looking for other types of employment to support my family. We have to make sure there's backstops in place that support workers in the seasonal construction industry. There are some trades, of course, and some construction that carries on year-round, but not all construction. I think we need to be sensitive to that, and I'm hoping that the study will recognize that and may also offer up some various solutions. Another sector I would like to look at, it's not really directly related to the construction industry, but is the aviation industry. I happen to also be a pilot, so I have some interest in that as well. The aviation industry employs 154,000 people, and Canada is right now facing a shortage of 3,000 pilots. We've heard recently in this House that our military is short 450 pilots. And so we're experiencing labor shortages not only in the construction industry, but in many different sectors. I know this focus is, or this study is focusing specifically on the Canadian construction industry and specifically at the moment the GTA and Hamilton areas. I hope that study will be expanded. I'm looking forward to the outcome of the study, and I'm also looking forward to supporting the motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Before I resume debate, I just want to remind the next speaker that I will unfortunately have to interrupt him. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. How much time do I have? I want to thank the member for Mississauga for bringing forward this extremely important motion, and I do want to congratulate him for bringing it to the House rather than straight to committee, as has been suggested by one of our members from the NDP bench. The reason why I say that is because when a motion comes before this House and gets the authority and sanctioning of this House to then proceed to committee, it has the full weight of this House behind it, and it signifies to the committee that this is an important subject matter for the committee to undertake, given that the House has endorsed it. But getting to his motion specifically, Madam Speaker, I think that this is the exact kind of motion that we need at this time when it comes to trades. We've heard the statistics about the shortage in trades in obviously the GTA, but throughout Canada, and for that matter, Madam Speaker, throughout North America and parts of the G7 countries that are experiencing these shortages. You know, if you follow one particular individual closely, his name's Mike Rowe. He is an American TV personality who used to have a show called Dirty Jobs, and it was about visiting these various different job sites and really trying to highlight the difference or highlight what it is like to have a job in the trades. And unfortunately, I think that a lot of the stereotypes that come about as a result of having a job in the trades not being quite as on par with other jobs have developed over time and have brought us to the place where we are. I think back to my grandparents who came here from both Italy and Holland, and when they got, you're going to interrupt me, maybe I can conclude at the second hour, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the honourable member will have 8 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House. The time provided for the consideration of private members' businesses has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been advocating for the government to put in place a plan to deal with the influx of people making asylum claims in Canada since January of 2017. For a plan to be effective, we must recognize the global context. We must ensure that our border communities are supported and are safe. We must ensure that the integrity of our asylum system is upheld and that our policies and actions respect the international obligations and the rights and human dignity of asylum claimants. Yet nearly 2 years later, still no plan. Instead, this government continues an ad hoc approach. We now have 4 ministers on the file, and we can't even get an accurate answer on the public record on the state of things. All too often, this Liberal government will say one thing and then turn around and contradict those words with their actions. Last week was Gender Equality Week. The so-called feminist Prime Minister loves that label. But how can you claim it while remaining silent as the Trump administration engages in a policy which blocks asylum claims based on gender violence? Just to be clear, there are 65.8 million people who are forcibly displaced globally. 25 million of them are recognized by the UN as refugees. 75% of those refugees are women and children. We all recall how Trump's administration and immigration policy ripped children away from their parents and threw them into baby jails. That resulted in 860 children in the U.S. Border Patrol holding cells longer than 72 hours court-mandated limit. One of those children was held in confinement for 25 days. Shockingly, 3 months after the court ordered the children to be reunited with their parents, 100 of those children are still in federal custody. And oh my God, Madam Speaker, the number of children whose parents have been deported that the U.S. government has no way of finding is 26. I can't even imagine what that is like. This information should be so upsetting for all of us. It should send shockwaves down the spine of a civilized nation. This should be a wake-up call for those who still want to insist that the U.S. is a safe third country. And the truth is, the Prime Minister's lack of courage in challenging Trump on this gross and blatant violation of international laws and covenants makes us complicit. A week ago, the Minister of Border Security would not rule out the option of applying the Safe Third Country Agreement to the entire Canadian border as proposed by the Conservatives, effectively suggesting that our borders should be shut down to asylum seekers. Never mind, that would be a violation of international laws, but as if taking a page out of Trump's approach would somehow be good for Canada. This kind of approach by the government has only provided space for divisive, anti-immigrant and anti-refugee rhetoric to gain a foothold in Canada. The lack of leadership has allowed space for the Conservatives to mislead and misinform the public on a near daily basis. It has provided space for anti-immigration measures to find their way into election platforms of the provinces. Look what happened in Ontario, and now the most recent election in Quebec. Surely the government realizes that their approach is not working. Honor Canada's well-earned reputation by showing real leadership and courage. Exercise Canada's authority by invoking Section 10 of the Safe Third Country Agreement and suspend it now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to assure my colleague across the way that as the Minister for Border Security works with his colleagues in the U.S. to modernize the Safe Third Country Agreement, and as our government works to properly triage and provide refuge to irregular migrants in accordance with Canadian law and our international obligations, I'm happy to stand and remind the member opposite of the humanitarian leadership, the action taken and the results delivered by this government over the last number of years. To begin, I would remind her of the national effort that led to the welcoming and resettlement of over 50,000 Syrians in less than 2 years. Madame la Présidente, grâce à l'élan de...
Madam Speaker, because of Canadians' generosity, we were able to offer these refugees hope and a new beginning. The rapidity of the resettlement of Syrian refugees in Canada was praised all over the world.
Remind the House and Canadians that our government has provided assistance to survivors of Daesh and their family members, including vulnerable Yazidi women and children.
Since December 31st, Canada has delivered thousands of visas to victims of Daesh, and we are working in close cooperation with various international organizations to make sure that these people can travel in security.
Earned a reputation as a recognized international leader, as well in settlement and integration. Newcomers to Canada receive the information that they need about life in Canada, as well as the communities in which they intend to settle. They receive language training, they receive help finding a job, and they connect with established immigrants and Canadians to help survey the community, get around, and become comfortable. Once they're here, immigrants and refugees have access to a full suite of settlement supports and services provided by over 500 specialized service provider organizations from coast to coast to coast in all regions of Canada. Madam Speaker, our government is also making significant new investments in our settlement programming, and we've enhanced coordination with our provincial and territorial counterparts to ensure stronger outcomes, particularly for refugees. And when it comes to planning resettlement, Madam Speaker, under our multi-year immigration levels plan, government-assisted refugees landing in Canada will increase from 7,500 in 2018 to 10,000 government-assisted refugees in 2020. That is over a 33% increase. Also, our plan to resettle 18,000 privately sponsored refugees in 2018 is more than triple what was in place when we took power in 2015. Also, under this government, Canada's 2018 target to resettle refugees has doubled to 20,000 refugees across all streams. And finally, in Budget 2018, our government announced a new commitment to welcome and resettle an additional 1,000 vulnerable women and girls who we know will be welcomed with open arms in Canada. This additional 1,000 refugees are over and above the levels plan for government-assisted refugees in our multi-year immigration levels plan, and it was accompanied by the appropriate budget allocations to ensure its success. I conclude by saying we continue to show leadership on the international stage in our humanitarian efforts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
We've heard from many experts that the situation before us isn't a crisis, yet this government has managed to turn it into a leadership crisis. We heard yesterday at committee, and the parliamentary secretary was sitting right there, that it is the Safe Third Country Agreement and no other factor causing these irregular crossings. If people had access to safe, orderly means of entering into Canada to make an asylum claim, they would do so. Stop putting asylum seekers at risk. Stop forcing them to cross over irregularly. Put order back to the border crossings by suspending the Safe Third Country Agreement. Adequately resource the Immigration Refugee Board so that they could do their job and expeditiously process asylum claims. And finally, learn from the Syrian Refugee Initiative and acknowledge that refugees left in limbo for months at a hotel is not a plan.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm glad my colleague mentioned the testimony delivered yesterday at committee, because every single witness to that committee stressed that it was in fact not a crisis that we are seeing in Canada right now. And the colleague across the way knows, because we are undertaking a significant study on migration trends in the 21st century, that there are many contributing factors that lead to asylum seekers showing up irregularly in Canada. But, Madam Speaker, I want to reiterate our humanitarian leadership and the record under this government, a record that I know Canadians are proud of and that the world has lauded Canada for. 56,000 Syrian refugees welcomed to Canada, 1,400 survivors of the brutality of Daesh, many of whom are Yazidi women and girls, an additional commitment to resettle 1,000 vulnerable women and girls, a doubling of our refugee levels to 27,000 in 2018, a tripling of the privately sponsored refugee stream to match the generosity of Canadians. Madam Speaker, we're proud of that record, and I believe Canadians are as well.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I put a question on services for Francophone women, it seems that the Prime Minister found this disturbing and believed that this question should be addressed. Unfortunately, although he said specifically that he would act, he did not say how he would do it. This is a situation that deserves immediate action. We're talking about women veterans who have served their country with honor. And not only have we learned that these women veterans have a harder time obtaining services than men, which is completely unacceptable in an egalitarian society, but further, we learned that Francophone women have even more problems getting services, which is a double discrimination. Now, we have had no description of what will be done to remedy this situation quickly and effectively. I want to know, Madam Speaker, is what will be done, especially when we're talking about women veterans who are used to a very precise, concise military system where they have very detailed plans, they should get a far more detailed answer to how the problem will be dealt with. You also have to bear in mind that when we talk about services, this could be for very difficult problems that are hard to talk about. When you're talking about women veterans, especially Francophones, sometimes you might just be able to get the service in English. And sometimes because of the urgency of the situation, Francophones will take the English services, even though they don't understand it as well or in as detailed a way. I also think you have to remember that over past years we have learned that there have been many cases of sexual assault and sexual harassment that women veterans have been subjected to in the past, and the repercussions on their career, on their personal lives. And here we're being asked to wait longer to talk about it, to get services. I think this is unacceptable, and if, moreover, we can't offer them services in their language and they're being told, if you don't want to wait as long, you have to get services in the other language, I find this extremely disturbing. Given the impact, especially on mental health, problems like PTSD, and looking at the magnitude of mental health issues for women veterans, I think it's critical that we be able to offer an answer that is saying this is more than we're going to act on this, but to say in a detailed way what will be done, what actions will be undertaken to remedy these issues as quickly as possible. So, how will they go about things? I think women veterans deserve a precise answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. To the Veterans Affairs Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Member to have brought the attention of the House and especially the attention of the Prime Minister, who had the opportunity. There was a first answer from the Prime Minister, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for her service in the armed forces. We know that some members of the armed forces are released on medical grounds, and they sometimes it takes a long time that they get the benefits to which they have a right. We agree with the Ombudsman and the Honourable Member that the time period, the time it takes for veterans to get all their benefits is a problem that has to be dealt with. But we have new first-line agents. We're going to do more. Not only do we have to do better with our front-line members, but we have to improve the situation in French. As a Francophone, I want both men and women to be served in French. The Canadian Armed Forces and veterans have made progress.
Increase in application for disability benefits. This is a good thing. It means more people are aware of the benefits available for them, and they are coming forward for the help they need. We have invested more than $10 billion in new benefits, program and services, including the new caregiver recognition benefit, the education and training benefit, and the Veteran Emergency Fund. These benefits will ensure that female veterans and all veterans receive the services that they need to support their overall well-being and that of their families. Afin de répondre à cette demande accrue.
In order to respond to this increase in applications, we knew there was a backlog, We're dealing with that. We have increased the number of agents. But what I can also tell you is we want to improve it even more by putting $42.8 additional dollars beginning during this fiscal year. And I think that this may answer your question to a certain point about what we're doing to remedy the question.
Canadian Armed Forces have made significant progress in streamlining the process. They are working hard to modify the system and processes to gain efficiencies, to ensure an individual coming forward and receiving the benefits and services that they need. Ensemble, les ministères ont également élaboré.
Together, departments have also designed a harmonious transition. It will allow Veterans Affairs Canada to deal with any potential barrier before
aging disability benefits claims so that veterans who are applying for mental health support get their application adjudicated on a priority basis to make sure that they get access to treatment as quick as possible. Applications are also expedited for veterans and family members at medical risk, in financial distress, or with unmet health needs. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, no veteran should have to wait to get the support and benefits to which they are entitled. I'm sorry, time has expired. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say to my colleague, yes, I agree that veterans shouldn't have to wait to get services. But my question is specifically, how do you diagnose the fact that people don't get services at the same time, and how do you explain that Francophones can't get services as quickly as others? I'd like to know if there are specific measures the government will be putting in place to make sure that this discrimination, either gender discrimination or language discrimination, will be eliminated from our system for veterans. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, as I was saying earlier, there is work to be done. We took a service, armed services, where there were real deficiencies. We added thousands of new agents, and we put in new money. And in my earlier response, I said that the French has to be improved in services to veterans.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise on a question that I had earlier this year on May the 7th, and this question was really about NAFTA and where we were at that current time. Of course, there was a lot of information coming out of the United States at that time, and Canadians were very worried about what type of deal we would reach. And of course, now we know that Canada has signed us on to the USMCA, a new name on this agreement, many concessions that have been given up by Canadians, Madam Speaker. And I'll start with a positive. I think that the auto provisions are good, and I think that this is indicative of having people in the room who understand auto, the stakeholders that were in that room understand the impact of what was being negotiated there. In very stark contrast, Madam Speaker, none of that happened in the CPTPP, which the Liberals are trying to ram through right now with the Conservatives' help. So on one hand, we have stakeholders in a room, we were able to achieve something. On another deal, no stakeholders, no consultations, no communications, and we've given up. So on one hand, while there's a positive in this USMCA, it's nearly being cancelled out by what is happening in the CPTPP to auto. So you can't, on one hand, champion a sector and then on the exact same day turn around and sell that sector out in another trade agreement, Madam Speaker. This is just bizarre to experience what we have been in this House this week. I want to talk about Chapter 11 being removed, and I want to thank New Democrats who have stood in this House. I want to thank Labour and civil society who have fought to have this provision removed across our country. I congratulate all of them on this success. For years and years of campaigns being mounted to see Chapter 11 removed is a huge victory for them. But again, Madam Speaker, this confusing Liberal trade policy has us listening today to the Prime Minister and to the Minister of Foreign Affairs talking about how ISDS has been bad for Canada. I'm pleased that they've woken up to that fact, something they used to talk about when they were in opposition but forgot all about when they were in government, because under them, in CETA, we've created a brand new investor court system that they said was the gold standard of trade agreements. And now in the CPTPP, we're signing on to ISDS provisions again. So in the very same day in this House, this is the conundrum of Liberal trade policy, Madam Speaker. On one hand, it's bad in one trade deal, but on the other, it's good in this trade deal. Canadians are baffled in trying to make sense of what this Liberal government is doing in terms of trade and on that file, Madam Speaker. We also know that dairy's been sacrificed again, and this is death by 1,000 cuts. What we're talking about are losses that happened in CETA, CPTPP, that again, the Liberals and Conservatives have joined to push through with dairy concessions. And under the Conservatives, at least, there was some type of compensation that existed, completely evaporated under this Liberal government, Madam Speaker. And I want to read a tweet from the Dairy Farmers of Canada yesterday about compensation. This was directed to the Prime Minister and to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And it said, quote, "Compensations, stop suggesting our livelihood can be bought," end quote. There is no amount of money that will bring a family farm back when it has been lost. And there is no amount of safety that is more important than our food safety in our country, and we're giving that up in this agreement. We also know the IP provisions. There's an increase to the cost of pharmaceuticals for Canadian. So my question is, if...
Sorry, the time is up. I'm sorry, the time is up. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, when the member rose in the House in May, she raised the issue of uncertainty amongst Canadian businesses and individuals due to the NAFTA negotiations that were ongoing at that time. She needn't worry anymore, and I hope she will join me in celebrating the announcement that took place at the beginning of this week that we have a new United States, Mexico, Canada agreement. Madam Speaker, the conclusion of this deal will bring certainty and stability, which contribute to the continued prosperity of our economy. Not only that, this deal is going to make lives better for Canadians, and it will be profoundly beneficial for our economy, for Canadian families, and for the middle class. Madam Speaker, the rules of origins for autos are revised to require higher levels of North America content, which will incentivize production and sourcing in North America. Plus, we have a new labor value content provision that requires a certain amount of the making of cars to be done by high-paid workers. This is a tangible and real boon to our auto workers and will ensure that Canadian auto production is secure for years to come, and I'm glad to hear my colleague across the way laud the provisions that secure good labor standards and good economic opportunities in the auto sector in Canada. We have also secured, Madam Speaker, an exemption for any future use of Section 232 measures. First, if Section 232 measures will be implemented against any sector, we will now have 60 days to negotiate a better outcome for Canadians. And secondly, Madam Speaker, if there are Section 232 tariffs on autos, we have an exemption for up to 2.6 million vehicles, not including light trucks. For auto parts, Madam Speaker, that exemption is worth $32.4 billion US. These are levels that far exceed current Canadian exports, and they mean security and stability for our auto workers. It's been especially gratifying to hear from auto workers about this deal and what it means to them. For example, a CBC article from yesterday quoted Lino Lumedicho, a team leader at Chrysler Assembly Plant in Windsor, as saying that Monday, quote, was a new day, end of quote, for workers. As we know, Madam Speaker, the steel and aluminum tariffs from the U.S. remain in place, but our response on that issue is as firm as ever. Our strong dollar-for-dollar retaliation measures against the U.S. remain in force, and we put them in place because we have to stand up for our workers and we have to defend our economy. Actions that threaten our prosperity cannot, and under this government will not, go unmet. Madam Speaker, we're providing help and support to businesses and workers affected by tariffs, including by making up to $2 billion available to defend and protect their interests. As our negotiation of the USMCA shows, our government is there for Canadians. We know that their jobs, their retirement savings, their investments, and their well-being depend on their government fighting for their interests. And that's exactly what we've done. Thank you.
The honourable member for Essex, and I do want to apologize for not showing the 1-minute mark a while ago. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I would say to my colleague is the middle class in Canada, through you, Madam Speaker, are steel and aluminum workers. And steel and aluminum workers have called this deal a sellout because of the complete and utter failure of this government on signing of this deal to remove the steel and aluminum tariffs. And I want to read you a quote from Ken Newman, who is the Canadian director of the United Steelworkers here in Canada. And we're talking about the livelihood of tens of thousands of people. So I want to read you one line. The Liberals made concession after concession until the Trump administration got the deal it wanted. So much for the win-win-win deal promised by this government. Madam Speaker, these workers have been betrayed by the Liberal government.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we can be most proud of the work done by our negotiators to secure this United States-Mexico-Canada agreement. It is a deal that is good for Canada's economy, it is good for Canadian workers, Canadian families, and it is good for Canada's middle class. Many Canadians agree with that sentiment, Madam Speaker. For example, Jerry Dias from Unifor said that he is, quote, pleased with what we were able to accomplish at the bargaining table, end of quote, adding that, quote, the auto industry in Canada is alive and well and will be thriving for generations to come, end of quote, because of this new agreement. As we have said all along to our workers, this government has your back. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.